I'll beat you again.
And this one.
Twinning alert. Who wore it best?
It's sequins. Everybody wins.
And now, get our best iPhone experience yet with T-Mobile's newest, most powerful signal that reaches farther than ever before. There's no two ways about it. It's one sweet deal. Hurry in and get 2 lines for $90 and 2 iPhone 11s on us with qualifying trade-ins.
Via 24 credits for well-qualified buyers with autopay, plus taxes and fees. If you cancel before receiving 24 credits, you may owe up to the full value of your device of $699.99. Contact us. Qualifying port-ins and finance agreements required.
Eric's IRS troubles were nasty.
I had 10 years of unpaid tax returns. I owed a ton of money in taxes. I started getting letters.
And unbelievably complex.
Things that are written in the tax code are so complicated that if you don't pay a tax professional to do your taxes, you're going to screw up. This was such a complex problem, I did not think anybody could solve it.
Eric's whole life was about to go down the drain, so he called Optima Tax Relief.
Optima was able to make sense out of a huge disaster, and Optima stopped it.
To say the least, Eric was very relieved.
They got me out of hot water, that's for sure. Optima saved me a boatload of money and got me out of a horribly complex situation. A huge relief and a huge weight lifted off my shoulders.
Got a nasty, confusing tax problem? Do what Eric did and call Optima right now for a free consultation. Call 800-364-6696. 800-364-6696. 800-364-6696.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you troubleshoot the likely cause of your...
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newtown Township Board of Supervisors meeting for February 26, 2020. As normal, we will have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all bow your heads for a moment of silence. You stand with the board for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Lewis, any changes or additions to the agenda tonight?
One change, Mr. Chairman. Item 14A will be moved up under item number 7, minor approvals.
Okay, thank you. And no special actions tonight. We will go into our first session of public comment. Anyone who wants to make comment of any item that is not on the agenda, please feel free to come to the podium. Okay, seeing none. That brings us to the item that has been moved up, which was under old business, and this is the Love is Love resolution. And I believe, Mr. Mack, you have something to present.
Yes, I mean, last time we talked about this, it was a resolution that State Senator Steve Santasero had proposed to designate February 15 as Love is Love Day in Pennsylvania in support of the LGBTQ youth. because according to some information that I received from Steve, this was not, didn't reach the floor of the state Senate. And as you know, Newtown Township is the first township in Bucks County to pass an anti-discrimination ordinance specifically to address the issues of discrimination against LGBTQ citizens in terms of discrimination in the workplace and discrimination in housing. So it makes a bit of sense that we join with other municipalities like Newtown Borough, which passed a similar resolution that really was inspired by Steve Santacero's resolution. And Steve said in a personal email to me that as joyful and meaningful as Valentine's Day can be, it can be equally painful for those without a partner or apart from their love. While Valentine's Day does celebrate love, Love is Love Day celebrates the love that has long been oppressed, attacked, and pushed out of view. For generations, our children, our siblings, our friends who love differently than us have been told to live and love in silence or not at all. This has, of course, led them to suffer in silence as well. LGBTQ members of our society have significantly higher rates of suicide compared to the general population. LGBTQ youth have the highest rates of suicidal activity in the nation. The attacks on those on who they are and the love they share has caused extreme pain and taken lives. Again, I'm reading what Steve Santacero has said and why he supports this. So I would like to make a resolution to adopt the Love is Love Day resolution, making February 15 Love is Love Day in Newtown Township.
I'll take it that that's a motion.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
No motion seconding. Discussion from the board.
Yeah, I'd like to, I support the notion of the Love is Love. I like the idea of supporting a group that has been marginalized or may be currently marginalized. I'm not, as I said in our last meeting, I'm not fond of the idea of a specific day for a specific group. That's my opinion. I think that's exclusionary on its face. I think we passed a resolution declaring love is love in all forms. I'm okay with that, and I can go along with that, but I don't like the specific call of a specific day for a specific group. So that's my thoughts.
I wanted to just share my thoughts as well in terms of what love is, right? And I think that love is something that we expand to our neighbors, all and wherever your neighbor is, right? Not just one particular individual or group. And, you know, I think there's a lot of people out there besides the particular group in discussion that also suffer from loneliness and depression that can also benefit from, you know, a Love is Love Day.
And I think I said at the last meeting that I wholeheartedly support the resolution. I think we do need to send a make a statement of support. Maybe it gets up to Harrisburg, and maybe the legislature can, you know, do something that's more effective and meaningful. I mean, ours is a show of support, and of course everything that John said. I mean, I had trouble growing up as an adolescent. I can't imagine struggling with my sexual identity at that point. In addition to that, so yeah, I'd be okay either way. I just think we need to send a support. A show of support, whether we attach a specific day, or as Kyle said, we do love for all of our neighbors, whatever they might be going through. I'm okay with either of those.
Well, it sounds like all of us here are in love with love, so I guess the one item here, and I don't know if you bring it up for discussion from the public, but if you were to amend it not picking a particular day, but basically stating that we do understand that there are some people out there, whether they're in the gay community or in states of depression or just states of loneliness, that need love, a hug, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm just wondering and think about it, I mean, if you wanted to amend and not give it a particular date, basically what this board is saying is that, love is every day. I mean, love is what you extend to your neighbors and friends. But I will open it to the public. If anyone has any comments on this topic, please come up to the podium and voice your opinion.
John DeApril, Newtown Grant. Mr. Mack stated last meeting, and he said it again tonight, what Steve Santicero said, why they shot it down. But did you read what the other senators said why they shot it down? They said the day before, February 14th is Valentine's Day, which is a love day for everyone, whether what you like. And then just common sense. Does Newtown Township have an Italian Americans Day? Do they have a Scottish American Day? Do they have a Polish American Day? You go on and on and on. No. So why are you going to take a group that wants to be inclusive all the time? They want to be included into everything and give them their own special day? What about the other guys? What about Vietnam Veterans Day? Our great pet president 2 years ago made March 29 Vietnam Veterans Day. And you talk about depression and suicide and stuff like that, nobody has it like the Vietnam vets. Does Newtown Township have a Vietnam Veterans Day? Maybe we ought to get about 300 vets and go over somebody's house and knock on their door and say, what are you doing? Think about that before you vote. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joe O'Neill from Newtown Grant. I was also on the Human Rights Commission that you put together last year, and so thank you for doing that in the first place. I was aware of a letter that was given to the Board of Supervisors concerning this issue, and I put together some words here to perhaps give some more clarity around what is the intent behind this. Across our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, teenagers grow, develop, and struggle to discover who they are through relationships with family, friends, and the world at large. Who they love is integral to their development. However, this development is particularly challenged with social disapproval for LGBTQ youth. These children of our state are more likely to commit suicide, too. And while the letter to the board dismisses suicides with many challenged groups as a non-issue, I believe this board and the legislature of Pennsylvania have a duty to improve the general welfare of its young citizens so that the desire in harming themselves because they are LGBT is diminished. And that's the heartfelt purpose of Pennsylvania's and Newtown Township's Love is Love Day for February 15th. It is a day to let LGBT youth affirm who they are in a state where the law still allows employers to legally discriminate against LGBTQ citizens and the youth. These children are growing up in a state where a gay family member can marry in a same-sex marriage, but then get fired from their job because they are gay when they go to work. These LGBT youth continue to see and to be targeted by bullies, further perpetuating their despair in expressing who they are. Not all LGBT youth can express themselves on Valentine's Day. I certainly couldn't back when I was a teenager. It takes a brave young man or woman to do that in the face of family objections and peer pressure. By passing Love is Love Day, we, the citizens of Pennsylvania, merely embrace them for who they are so that they can grow to be happy adults who are appreciated in our state and our township. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Mercy Ingraham. I'm the Vice Chair of the Newtown Township Human Relations Commission. And as most of you know, this commission was founded because we do not have protection in this township for these vulnerable people. The resolution that we're looking at tonight focuses on the youth of our community, specifically the LGBTQ youth. Youth, by their very definition, are most vulnerable. And my understanding in the role of government and those of us who are adults is that it's our job to protect vulnerable children. This is what we're looking at. The resolution addresses the special needs of this special group. I'm sure most of you are aware, and I think we've said it already tonight, that this is a group that is of high risk for suicide. This is a group that is of high risk for bullying and for discrimination and for harassment. This is why young people end their lives. I personally know of a young woman who took her life at the age of 25, and this was her issue. So I urge this body and this community to support this resolution. Thank you.
My name is Greg Zarnota, and I'm with Newtown Grant, right across the street here. Who's going to vote against love? That's what it comes down to. Love is love. I mean, in this day and age, when so many stupid things are going on, there's another shooting in Milwaukee, shooting in Chester or Philly, day in, day out. What's wrong with just saying, on February 15th, Valentine's Day, love is love? No big deal. To go against it is just like, are you against love?
Thank you for those comments. And I just want to mention that there are many, many days that Congress and other government agencies set aside for special groups, including, and even weeks and months, including March, I think it was February 12th to 17th is National Engineers, Appreciate National Engineers Week, right, Liana? Well, if I had known that, I could have, appreciated you more. Thank you very much for your service. But there are many other days that are set aside to recognize there's Pi Day coming up in March 14th, because it's 314, which is the main numbers of pi. And then there's a regular Pi Day just for pi, real pi. So, and there are special days for special groups of citizens as well. For example, there's a national holiday for elder LGBTQ people in our society. I forget what day that is. But each time a day comes by that are recognized national holidays, it's not a national holiday, it's just a name day, people can become more aware of the issue. If we just pass a resolution that says every day is Love Day, then what we are not doing is every year reaffirming this as something that people should be concerned about. And that's all the intent of this resolution really is. And I know that as a supervisor, we had taken an oath that we have to do what we can to secure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township. And I think this and the education that goes along with it every year at a particular day would help achieve that goal.
Any other comments?
I forgot to mention Mother's Day. I'm not a mother, so I might feel excluded on that day. But there's a Father's Day, so that's good.
Well, yeah, John, I agree with you. There's plenty of days out there designated. Probably every day of the year has some sort of significance to something. I mean, the Irish celebrate St. Paddy's Day, and the Italians do celebrate Columbus Day. We have Martin Luther King Day. We have certain days, President's Day. Now, all these, although they may be national holidays, they are designated for certain nationalities and certain races and groups of people, even religions. So, yeah, designating the 15th, like the gentleman said, who is against love, and it's a hard thing to argue. I see no real detriment in picking February 15th or February 17th or February 18th, whatever day you want to pick, as Love is Love Day, because that is a particular day designated for a certain group of people. And that's not saying we're excluding everyone else. Everyone else, technically, love, again, could be every day. So I think this is just showing some sort of support to this group of youth that are being kind of discriminated and bullied. I just read an article about someone might have been in Ohio that at 16 committed suicide because he was constantly bullied, and that was just recent, within the last few days. So although there is other people that are depressed and lonely and so on, I guess we cannot categorize everyone, but in saying love is basically inclusive of everyone, just that we are basically taking care of this particular group of people and beyond in regards to how love is supposed to be perceived. So again, I'll just ask if there's any other comment before I call the vote among the board members and or among the members of the public. I really didn't think that this was going to be such a controversial topic, but apparently love is.
John DeApro again. Yeah, you're right. There's national days, there's state days and stuff, but does Newtown Township have an ordinance for those? No. So the president named March 29th Vietnam Veterans Day. Newtown Township does not have an ordinance saying Vietnam Veterans Day, March 29th. So if you're going to make it for Johnny Mac's people,
the name is John Mack.
Right, this is not
Mr. Mack, how many times do I have to tell you, when you introduced yourself to me a long time ago at La Scala, you said, "Hi, I'm Johnny Mack." You forget, don't you?
All right.
Probably that's why you lost the hair out of your head, too, you know. Anyhow, you know, if Newtown Township wants to make Vietnam Veterans Day March 29th, like the president says, I'm all for making anybody's day. But, you know, there's all those other days. And Phil, you said the Columbus Day's for the Italians. There's a lot of people in this country that want to get Columbus Day off the calendar. And it's not for Italian Americans. No. You know your history. Columbus was given the ships by Spain, not Italy.
Well, where I came from, it was an Italian celebration with parades and so on.
Yeah, you do have that. You have parades. But does Newtown Township have that ordinance? No. So you want to listen to this guy over here that's trying to take over.
Okay. Wait,
right? Try to take over.
No one that respects the Vietnam veterans more than I do. I respect what you did. I respect anyone that served over there. And you know what? I will take into consideration of passing a resolution March 29th in Newtown to be Vietnam Veterans Day.
Thank you very much. And think about all those other ones, too.
Well,
not just what John wants. John wants, John gets. Johnny wants, Johnny gets. Right?
All right, John. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can I make one last comment?
Absolutely.
In terms of when we talk about youth, and especially in Newtown Township, there are a lot of other youth, particularly in our elementary schools, our middle schools, and high schools, that may feel that they are by themselves. They walk into the schools, they may not look like their classmate next to them, their hair may be different, and they come home and they share that with their parents, that someone either made a comment about their hair being weird, made a comment about their skin color, made a comment about perhaps their lunch based upon the ethnicity of it, things of those natures. So when we talk about supporting our youth in this township and them feeling that they need to be supported, I think that a lot of what we should consider with this Love is Love Day is considering every single youth in our township. Thank you.
Well, let me let me pose this question. We have a problem with not a problem, but a discussion about the particular day, and now a discussion about being inclusive of all youth that may be depressed or not in the cliques that they should be in or want to be in or think they should be in. So I mean, is there, I'll just put it out there, is there any way to reword this that would try to make everyone agreeable that love is love? I mean, we're it's fun, it's kind of ironic that we're disagreeing on love is love, but is there any way? I know that Mr. Davis has an issue with the particular day or date, from February 15th being designated as a day, and now Mr. Oxley making a point about there are other children besides those of the gay community that are ostracized and may feel depressed and have feelings of suicide or just not wanting to be involved with the community. So I just want to know if there's some sort of compromise that could come among this board that that we could all part here as love is a good thing. So I'll just open that up. I know we still have a motion and a second on the floor, so.
Well, if I might say, that would really dilute this and take it away from a special focus, which has been the focus of Newtown and its anti-discrimination ordinance, and would serve as a point in a year where we can start talking more about discrimination of all sorts. The ordinance that we have in place regards racial discrimination and other forms of discrimination as well. Now, but it was passed specifically because Pennsylvania does not have legal protection for the rights of LGBTQ people and youth in particular. So the idea of having this focus on a specific group of people is to help bolster our need to educate through the through the Human Relations Commission what they're trying to do to bring awareness of this issue to the township. So I would tend not to change this and keep it as it is.
Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, I guess I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No. Nay.
What's your vote?
I will have to go nay on this one here. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Minor approvals, Historical Architectural Review Board. Ms. Driscoll?
Good evening, Peggy Driscoll, member of the Historical Architectural Review Board. We met on February 12th. We reviewed and recommended the approval of the amended application for Enterprise Car Rental at 117 South Sycamore Street. The application for lighting at the rear, 2 side doors and signage has been amended to change the side doors to wood composite materials and the sign posts from black to white. The applicant has submitted sketches of the signage with the white posts and vinyl doors that can be painted and have agreed via email to recommend that the supervisors approve this amended application.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
And that was all we had at Harb.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Second. A motion and a second. Any questions from the board on this application? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any approved? Any opposed? Passes 5-0. That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Reports of committee, planning commission. Is that you also?
That's me also.
All right.
Thought you'd just stay up there.
Okay. The Planning Commission met last Tuesday night here Our first application was for the zoning hearing board was for Bamel Parikh at 16 Alexander Way. The applicant is seeking relief to construct a 29 by 26-foot, 3-car attached garage addition and driveway expansion on the side of a single-family detached dwelling to accommodate a bedroom for his disabled mother-in-law. This expansion will exceed the maximum allowable impervious surface ratio and minimum side yard setback requirement. The Commission supports this application, provided letters of support from his neighbors and his HMO, and documentation of disability are received. Our next item was for the Brixmore Property Group for Ulta Beauty at 2914 South Eagle Road. The applicant is seeking additional relief to install a wall sign for Ulta Beauty, which does not comply with the height restrictions granted by the Zoning Hearing Board. They are requesting a 22-foot, 2.5 high facade sign on the front of the building facing the parking lot of Building 9. The consensus of the Commission was to support this request. However, we advise that the decision is ultimately up to the Zoning Hearing Board. Next, we had a conditional use for Bomba Tacos and Rum at 2930 South Eagle Road. The Commission reviewed the application for conditional use for a proposed E5 and E6 eating place, which will be located in the Village of Newtown Shopping Center. The tenant space is approximately 3,900 square feet, located on the westernmost end cap of Building 8. The restaurant will offer a Caribbean and Central South American inspired menu, will have seasonal outdoor seating and no outdoor speakers. The Commission agreed to recommend approval for this application. Our next item was for conditional use and minor subdivision for Newtown Archdiocese of Philadelphia, which is Toll Brothers at Durham and Twining Bridge Roads. The Commission reviewed the proposed subdivision and application requesting conditional use approval to allow a use B12 single-family detached cluster development on approximately 158 acres located in the southwest corner at the intersection of Durham and Twining Bridge Roads within the Conservation Management District. The proposal is for a 45-lot residential community. There was a lengthy discussion on the details along with public comments. The Commission moved to recommend the conditional use application subject to the conditions read by Mr. Schenkman. The Commission moved to recommend the minor subdivision 4-1. And that was all we had.
Okay, any questions for Mrs. Driscoll?
I guess we're going to be discussing these things in the next items on the agenda, so I was just wondering about the vote, why a couple of people decided to abstain in one of the votes?
Well, we had one abstention and one no vote.
It says, oh, I see, sorry. Okay. What was the abstention about?
I think she just didn't agree with the proposed subdivision.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank
no,
you.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
You sure?
Mr. Oxley, you have a question? No?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next reports from board members. Chairman's report, I have nothing to report tonight. Vice Chairman, Mr. Fisher.
Very briefly, I just want to announce an opportunity to give feedback to the county about the services provided. I happen to be a member of a transition committee for implementing some new services and looking at some old services and how to implement them better. It's the, in this case, it's the Health and Human Services Department of the county. And they are having a public hearing focus group. And then they've actually had a couple. The next one is on Monday, March 2nd. I just wanted to announce that in case there were any folks who wanted to contribute to how we can more efficiently run our health and human services in Bucks County. So the time and place is Monday, March 2nd, 4:30 to 6 o'clock, and it is in Quakertown. So it's at the Bucks County Opportunity Council 136 Mill Street in Quakertown. There might be additional focus groups held lower end of the county. They have been some previous ones, and maybe they'll come back. But we are getting some good input on how we can improve services, like traveling throughout the county is one of them. That's all I got.
Mr. Mack?
Yes, I just want to mention I attended the Newtown Fire Association meeting on Monday night, and I can just mention a couple of things that were discussed. They do have a new probationary member who's a high school student from Holland. As you know, they go through a period of training and so on. It's very difficult to become a volunteer fireman, so they're happy to have students volunteer. And I'm sure the chief is here tonight. He might say some more about that. Is the chief here tonight? Yeah. They also discussed continuing work on specifying the particular apparatus that I think it was recommended to us to replace, a truck, and they're looking over and testing various types of add-ons or whatever you do with a fire truck that makes it useful. And I know that it was very useful last night in, where was that again?
Crown Point.
Crown Point had a serious fire. So this equipment is very much in need. And finally, they're getting a little bit ready, preparing ahead for their Brewfest, which is sometime in the spring, so it's quite a little bit ways away. There are many different Brewfests going on these days, and so they're facing some stiff competition, so I hope that the community will support this particular Brewfest. When the time comes, you will receive information in the mail, I hope. And that's it.
John, are they looking for volunteers for the Brewfest? I know that in the past.
They didn't mention that. I mean, they generally cover that pretty well, I think. The members of the Fire Association volunteer and, clean up, and they have done a really good job in cleaning up afterwards. And I can report later if they do have some need for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Yes, thank you. Also, the Newtown Brewfest is September 12th, and not in the spring.
Oh,
just a
thank you.
Heads up. Yep. I keep track of those things. All right, so Super Science Sunday is on March 8th. It's a free event sponsored by Newtown Business Commons Association. Its science activities include slime, engineering, robotics, and more. Come out and learn that science equals fun for the whole family. Other Park and Rec programs we have coming up, we have Teen Nights, Creative Canvas. Then we have Women's Self-Protection Training. There's a Dr. Seuss celebration, an intro to iArt, Learn to Code with Codicus, Mahjong, and there's a piano fun for kids. And that's all I have from Park and Rec. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Oxley, anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. On to public hearing. Our first one is Bamba Tacos and Rum conditional use. Mr. Blackburn.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, if I may, before Mr. Blackburn gets started, I'd like to announce that this is a public hearing on the application of Bamba Newtown LLC for a conditional use to operate uses E5 restaurant and E6 restaurant with drive-in at 2930 South Eagle Road in a 3,990 plus or minus square foot space in the PC Planned Commercial District. I would like to mark as board exhibits the application as Exhibit B1, the CKS Engineers Review Letter of January 13th, 2020 as Exhibit B2, the proof of publication of notice of tonight's hearing as Exhibit B3, the proof of posting as evidenced by a photograph of that posting as Exhibit B4, And those are the board exhibits for this hearing. As you have noted, Mr. Blackburn is here representing the applicant, and it would be appropriate at this time for Mr. Blackburn to present his case. Thank you, Mr. Blackburn.
Good evening, Joe Blackburn from Worcester.
Just one second, Mr. Sander. I know in regards, and maybe you could clarify it so that everyone knows that it's technically not a drive-in restaurant, but why the designation has to be there as a E6.
Correct. There may be some takeout service, which there is no use designated in the zoning ordinance as take-out food, so that the township has treated for many, many years restaurants that have take-out service as quote-unquote drive-in service, but I think that the board understands that, has heard that before, and Mr. Blackburn can speak to that as well.
Certainly. Joe Blackburn from Whistler Pearlstein, here on behalf of the applicant, Bomba Newtown LLC, with respect to its conditional use application concerning the approximately 3,900 square foot tenant space located at 2930 South Eagle Road in the Village at Newtown Shopping Center. For the benefit of the board and those at home watching, the tenant space at issue is the westernmost tenant space of proposed or now under construction Retail Building 8, which would flank the public coliseum or amphitheater area directly to the east. As Mr. Sander accurately noted, the applicant is seeking, as a part of tonight's application, approval to operate both an E5 and an E6 eating place use in that location. Notwithstanding the inclusion of that E6 use, Mr. Sander did accurately summarize the fact that no drive-through component is proposed, contemplated, or frankly possible at this location, but rather that is a vestige, frankly, at this point of the former zoning officer's determination relative to the takeout component, which every restaurant would necessarily have. In any event, applicant proposes as a part of that use to operate a restaurant known as Bomba Tacos and Rum, which would offer a Caribbean and Central and South America inspired menu, along with similarly sourced beverage options, if you will. This would be the fourth Bomba and Tacos Rum of the Palada Restaurant Group, the three of which being in Ohio, and the most recent of which being recently opened in Malvern in Pennsylvania. So very excited to continue that spread. We are in receipt of the Township Planner's review letter dated January 13th, which accurately summarizes the operations as set forth in the application. As is the practice at this point, there are a few additional pieces of supplemental information that I would provide for the benefit of the board. The first of which being the fact that, as some of the members are aware, and some of the new members will soon learn, there is a 45% ratio maximum restaurant ratio permitted within the PC Shopping Center based on the total floor area. So every time we submit an application that deals with a restaurant, we update the board with where we stand, including both the 3,900 plus or minus square feet of indoor area as well as the 1,300 plus or minus square feet of outdoor area, which we'll talk about momentarily. The total site-wide ratio is at about 30.08%. So we're certainly well shy of that, but do want to update the board as it is noted in Michelle's letter. With respect to deliveries, we are anticipating about one delivery a week from a box truck from the various vendors, whether they be produce, linens, liquor, or any other delivery. Those would be typically before business hours. There would also, on top of that, be 2 deliveries a week from a semi-tractor trailer that would be overnight or dead drop, as we've talked about before. I would, for the benefit of the board and just by way of reminder, identify the 2 loading areas that are available to the tenant space. Candidly, I'm not really sure which one they would use. They seem to be kind of in an equidistance to both. So certainly plenty of designated area for the loading and unloading of trucks. Again, about 1 a day at a box truck size and 2 semi-tractor trailers, which would be exclusively overnight deliveries. In addition to that, Michelle also did accurately note that the materials submitted with the application propose an outdoor seating area. That area would be roofed. It is approximately 1,300 square feet in size. What makes this outdoor seating area a little different than some of the other ones that we've seen before for Iron Hill and Harvest and Solstice is the fact that it would be technically enclosed. I would clarify, however, that that enclosure is exclusively and solely by screen. And the reason for that is due to actually a requirement of the Pennsylvania Department of Health, which requires that there be a air break between the kitchen and the outdoor area. Bamba Tacos and Rum is a Caribbean-inspired, as I said, restaurant. As such, there is an open kitchen concept where the kitchen is, in the middle of the restaurant. The vibrance of that is intended to play into the dining experience. There is also a pass-through between the indoor and the outdoor seating area in the form of a bar pass-through, again, similar to what was proposed and approved for Iron Hill. That pass-through creates a problem for the Department of Health standpoint because there is no longer a gap or a break between outside air, if you will, and the kitchen. So in order to combat that or address that, the outdoor area technically needs to be enclosed, and we certainly don't want to enclose it. I've expressed to the applicant the sensitivities that this board has previously expressed, particularly with respect to the potential conversion of outdoor seating area into four-season dining. We feel that the implementation and uses of screens would allow that to remain a seasonal outdoor eating area while also addressing those conditions and requirements of the Pennsylvania Department of Health. So I would just add that little caveat there. We did submit some materials. Another concern of mine that I made the applicant aware of is we've got this nice public amphitheater. Is a screened-in porch going to affect the view shed of that? And we've submitted some architectural renderings that are intended to depict that it in fact will not. So against that backdrop, I can make myself or Mr. Hopkins from the applicant available for any questions that the board or any of the professionals may have.
Any questions for Mr. Blackburn?
Yeah, I have some questions. Do you feel this parking is going to be adequate for all those restaurants that are over there?
Absolutely, yeah. And we've talked about that at length before. Yeah. We have a mix of restaurants. We've got Mod and Chipotle, which are fast casual, and Bamba, which is a full-service sit-down dining operation. Obviously, they typically serve a different rush hour peak, if you will, not to mention the fact that the patrons of, say, an Iron Hill or an Iron Hill or a Solstice or a Bamba are anticipated to be longer stay patrons. They're going to the shopping center, they're parking, they're shopping, they're going to have a nice sit-down dinner, and that has been a recurring, admittedly, a recurring point of discussion as we've gone through this journey. And I think it remains the fact that there is adequate parking. There's certainly parking in compliance with the zoning hearing board relief that was granted. And we are starting to see some of those spaces, obviously, that we've been promising will come with the opening of this quadrant come online. So they're not all open. I was there today getting my Chipotle. They still do have some cordoned off for the contractors for the fit out of the spaces, but those spaces are starting to come online, and I absolutely think that you'll see an alleviation of both traffic and the parking concerns, yeah.
Yeah, as you know, I'm sorry, I'm beating a dead horse. I've long had a problem with the development in the shopping center with the parking and traffic. It remind me also, where are the employees supposed to park? I don't recall.
There's no designated area per se, but the working requirement that's been worked into a number of the leases have been for the employees to park at the far end of the parking lot, and in fact also on the what I'll call the McCaffrey side, the perimeter of the McCaffrey side. Again, the busy times of these restaurants are not going to be the busy times of, say, McCaffrey's, where 9, 10 o'clock at night, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and certainly the periphery of the McCaffrey's parking lot, as I'll refer to it, is anticipated to be available for specifically for employees. Yes.
Okay, so we're saying the regular parking lot that we're counting on for the shoppers is where they're going to park, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's what I understood. Okay,
yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I was also there today at Chipotle, and I parked alongside, and I was able to test out the walkability concept by walking over to McCaffrey's and do some shopping there. But unfortunately, there's no place to bring your shopping cart back to your car if you're parked across the way by Chipotle. So I could carry, I'm a youthful guy, I could carry 2 bags of groceries, but it might be a problem, I guess, with mothers with children and so on. So I do hope that the parking is relieved as this is completed, and I know you'll come back at some point, and Brixmore will come back and give a report on the traffic and parking situation.
That was, it's a good point, John. That was one of the conditions of approval, was that after everything is built and occupied and up and running, that there will be a further analysis of both parking and traffic. I mean, candidly, to review it right now is a futile effort. I mean, we've got, it's a construction site, so there are going to be headaches with, navigating an active construction site. I think the prudent thing that the applicant, or rather not the applicant of this application, but rather the landlord has committed to do is, once everything is up and running, to undertake those traffic studies and reports, and committed to come back and have that discussion with the board, yeah.
Dennis?
I have a couple of questions about the outdoor seating.
Yeah.
Can you show us, I don't know if you have a schematic of the restaurant itself, but it is going to be next.
Yeah, here's a large rendering of what was submitted with the application.
Okay.
So you've got the front entrance facing the parking area, and then the
canopy
area. There is, I believe the version submitted with the application goes into a greater detail or a wider panorama to show the
we have a seating plan.
The public seating area, yeah.
How far is the roof section, the outdoor seating, how far is that from the amphitheater and the walkway that goes through that to that amphitheater in the corner?
Well, I guess theoretically, the immediate opposite side of the outdoor seating area would be that public amphitheater area. It's, I'm not sure that there would be a setback per se from the edge of the outdoor seating area where that ends and where the amphitheater begins. I think they're coterminous probably.
And it will be across from what will eventually become the Iron Hill Brewery, right?
That's correct, yeah. Iron Hill is in this location, so kind of on the southern side of the amphitheater, if you will, and Bomba would be on the eastern side of the amphitheater, yes.
And Iron Hill has some outdoor seating as well?
They do, yes. I think...
Kind of see where I'm going. Is there room to walk through there?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any idea of the the distance in feet?
Pardon me, Ian Hopkins from Bomba Tacos and Rum. From the corner of where our proposed patio would be to Iron Hill.
Hold on. Got to have this witness sworn in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And your name again, please?
Ian Hopkins.
Can you just restate your credentials for me?
Yeah, my name's Ian Hopkins. I'm the Director of Facilities and Construction for Paladar Restaurant Group. I was recently on the site. From the proposed patio area to Iron Hill is specifically about 30 feet from the corner to the other. And one of the things that we did in our initial discussions with Brixmore, we'd originally had that covered portion of the patio up front. In order to make sure that we made room and visually show the amphitheater, we moved that further back and put a uncovered space up front that's more soft seating so that guests can come in and see it.
And that's at a pinch point too, that 30 feet, if you can imagine, it broadens up as you go back. So at that closest pinch point is the 30 feet right in. Yeah, so at its closest point, 30.
I have one more question, if I may. The frontage along Durham Road right now looks like a warehouse, big white wall. Were there anything in the plans to make that look less offensive?
They're certainly outside the purview of just this application, but I can tell you that as a part of previous zoning hearing board applications for signage, there are contemplated signs on the rear or on the Durham Road. I think Solstice's is up now. If you see, they have theirs facing Durham Road, and I think Mod and Chipotle might as well. So that'll certainly break it up. I mean, there is a pretty fair amount of architectural fenestration and detail. I mean, yes, it's all white, but the roof lines are varying. There are some peaks and gables, and I think once the signage is up there, it'll add an additional layer of variation.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah.
I guess I just had one last question, is how much of your model is dependent upon having such a large outdoor seating area?
I'll let Ian speak to that. Maybe speak to some of your other locations in particular.
Yeah, currently we have 4 locations, all of which obviously would be in a Latin American Caribbean restaurant. The outdoor aspect is a large part of what we do. So we're very excited about that. And we find that guests in general, at least when it pertains, being that we're from the Cleveland market originally and also in the Pennsylvania market, we all appreciate our summers and want to be outside when we have them. So that for us is a big part of making sure that we're accessible for our guests and we have what they want.
And is there, of the other 4 locations, they all have outdoor seating
Every
areas?
single one of them has an outdoor seating area.
And are they of a comparable, greater, lesser size than the 1,300?
All are pretty comparable patio size of about 1,000 square feet, give or take.
And I think all the other ones are similarly roofed and kind of, I will say enclosed, but certainly not enclosed in the sense that they're 4-season rooms, right?
Absolutely, and if you'd like, we have some renderings of our current locations in Ohio. We don't, in Ohio, have the same law in regards to the air brake with the outdoor, so you can see what the wood profile looks like on the front there, and then we'll just additionally add those screens on the inside so that we can comply with the health department.
Okay. And one last question, and you've already covered it, is there'll be no outdoor speakers and no music will be audible from outside?
Correct, yeah, I did neglect to mention that. Obviously, a recurring concern or comment.
It has been mentioned for every restaurant.
Yep, absolutely, and that was discussed at the Planning Commission, and it would be an acceptable condition if the board were so inclined.
Okay. A few questions in regards to the outdoor seat, well, the seating in general.
Mm-hmm.
The indoor area is 3,990, okay.
Yeah.
And within there you have, what's it, 183 seats?
108.
108.
108 inside, 75 outside for a total of 183.
183. So in a, wow, that's not even better. I was giving you the benefit of 183.
Well, we'll jam more in there if you'd like.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm comparing the square footage and how many seats. I mean, you have basically a difference of 25 seats, 25 difference on the indoor to outdoor, and it's a third of the size.
Mm-hmm. But
so
you don't have a kitchen outside.
Shouldn't it be a third of the seating on the outside?
No, and you recall that I mentioned the open-air kitchen concept. So obviously that takes up a great deal of area in the inside. Not to mention, cold storage, bathroom facilities, things of that nature. Candidly, I think, I don't know if we have a breakdown of what the area of the seating itself is, but as shown on the floor plan, which was submitted with the application, I mean, the seating is right here. Everything else is back of house, if you will. So there is not, it's not 108 seats over 3,900 square feet. It's maybe 108 seats over, I don't know, do you know?
It's about the interior portion of the dining room is about 1,600 square feet.
So less than half.
Okay, so it's 300 square feet more than the outside.
And about 20 more seats.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Now, where's the screening? Is it separate the inside from the?
So you've got, again, this is a copy of this plan was submitted with the application. You've got the western wall of the indoor seating area. You have the pass-through bar area here, which would be similar to that approved as a part of Iron Hill, where in warm weather you've got kind of a garage door ability to open up that pass-through in this area. And then your outdoor seating area is defined here, and it would be these walls that would be screened, again, to provide that air gap between this pass-through in the kitchen.
Okay. Are there any seats abutting the outside seating? In other words, could people that are sitting on the inside on a nice day in the summertime almost seem like they're included with the outside?
Well, this whole area would be a pass-through, so those patrons around the inside of the bar, I guess, would have a kind of a view outside, but just those sitting at the bar.
Yeah, I just think the calculation of seating by square footage seems to be a little bit off. Your 108 seats maybe should be cut down on the inside. I would actually cut down the seating on the outside, but, 75 seats in a 1,300 square foot area seems pretty cramped. Would you be willing to knock off maybe 10 seats in there?
Well, just to rough numbers, I'm an attorney because I am terrible at math, first and foremost, but assuming 1,600 square feet of seating area by 108 seats, you're at about 15 square foot per seat inside, and 75 by 1,300 outside, you're at about 17. So you do have a little more space outside, but we're talking about a matter of about 2 square feet, a seat. So I think they are pretty comparable. And there's certainly, by comparison, this is by far the smallest restaurant, full-service restaurant in the entire shopping center. Solstice is, 7,000 square feet. Iron Hill was 11,000 square feet. Harvest is these are large. This is, by both square footage and seating, both inside and outside, easily the smallest full-service restaurant, excluding things like Chipotle and the Mods. So it's a lean and mean operation as it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, candidly, especially considering the fact that this is not four-season area. This is, seasonal only. I don't know that they could afford to lose much on the inside. They're already at 108, which is pretty low,
Mm-hmm.
and to lose that any lower, considering that's what they're going to have to work with for 6 to 8 months of the year is going to be a pretty heavy lift, I think.
Okay. Now with the seasonal, is there a particular time period?
I think as Mr. Hopkins said at the Planning Commission, weather permitting. Yes, if it's February 25th and it's 70 degrees out, they're probably going to be sitting people outside. But
that's not seasonal.
Well, it would be unseasonably warm for that day.
What you're technically saying is, provided the weather is...
Yeah, weather providing.
So it defeats the purpose of saying seasonal, because seasonal to me is whether you're in the summertime, springtime, a month, what months are included. Let's look at some places like Rita's, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, if it's hot out, they may open, but usually they're in a particular season. Now, when you say seasonal, you're not seasonal. You're open at the whim of the weather, basically.
I personally view those as distinctions without differences, but you are correct. It would maybe a more accurate characterization would be weather permitting outdoor seating as opposed to seasonal outdoor seating. But I think the intent there is the same.
Mr. Sanders, any way to word this so that it falls in line? I think instead of seasonal, maybe weather permitting. But then we don't want it to be a 12-month weather permitting type of situation sitting out there.
Yeah, I don't know how to. I'll defer to Mr. Sanders whether he thinks there's a creative workaround.
I would want to know the direction the board wants to go here. Seasonal would tend to mean it's only outdoor seating from the first day of spring to the first day of winter, which is spring, summer, fall. And then the winter, there's no outdoor seating starting December 20 whatever through March whatever, and then you can start outdoor seating. I don't know if that's what we want to limit it to, or whether the board is more concerned with saying weather permitting outdoor seating. So if it's Christmas Day, well, probably be closed on Christmas Day. Day after Christmas, late December, and it happens to be 70 degrees outside, which has happened, they would have the option of having outdoor seating. So if you're telling me you don't want that, I would think you would want to establish specific timeframes, specific months or specific seasons that outdoor seating is permitted, and other than that, it would be prohibited.
Well, I mean, we're going to have other restaurants coming, one being the Iron Hill, that's going to be of a similar situation. But if it's weather permitting, basically what I get out of it, it's 12 months a year that they can operate basically a full operation, and someone within the organization says, hey, weather permitting, let's just go sit outside. We're not creating an inside-outside situation, but naturally now we're creating a full restaurant that is inclusive all year round of both the outside seating and the inside seating. So I think there has to be some sort of term period on this, and the same thing going forward with Iron Hill, which is going to have the same situation. Now, I mean, if we leave it up to the restaurant owner, if he thinks 60 degrees is very comfortable for people to sit out, then he's going to say, hey, weather permitting, I'm going to open up the outside. And it could be November. So if that's the case, then this should just be a full 12-month operation. And why are we even saying seasonal seating?
I would just add to that Iron Hill's already gone through this process, as has Solstice and Harvest, and all of those have outdoor seating, and Chipotle and Mod, for that matter, have outdoor seating, all of which is already approved as, being seasonal. So this is, the 9th or 10th time we've gone through this, and the first time that concern, candidly, has ever been raised. So I think, obviously, the board didn't have a concern with, so defining the terms within which the outdoor seating may be used for any of those other uses. I would just add that for the board's additional consideration.
Well, maybe the board had a concept of what seasonal meant, and you're telling me seasonal is just like a hodgepodge. It could be whatever that particular person running the organization thinks it is. So that's why I'm trying to make a determination of what seasonal is.
Understood.
As opposed to 12 months a year. That's all.
If I may, seasonal may be what the public agrees to. If they're going to not want to sit out there.
Yeah, I mean, they could offer outdoor seating tonight, and everyone's going to go and say, crazy, I'm not going sitting outside. Yes, it's open, it's available, but no one's going to sit outside. I mean, I think it is obviously going to be driven by the weather. I mean, that's intuitive, I would think.
I don't see what the problem is of having outdoor seating whenever weather permits. It's not going to add music or anything like that to disrupt people. Or, I think it's since all the other restaurants we haven't specified any particular time of the year as beginning point and end point. I think we have to be fair and do the same in this case.
Well, I guess in the case of letting the people decide if they want to sit out in the cold weather, which is fine, I'm assuming you're going to include space heaters that are going to be out there to take care of these things?
Again, the intent is not to convert this into a four-season area. So we're not going to be, it's a screened-in area. There's no insulation. It's going to be at the mercy of the weather. I think that there probably is maybe some concept for some light heating elements, but again, that's on maybe a brisk spring evening, not certainly to convert it on December 15th to be able to sit outside. Again, just as Harvest has been approved to do, just as Solstice has been approved to do, just as Iron Hill has been approved to do. So.
But would space heaters be considered?
I think I'll defer to Ian on that.
Yes, we do have a unit in each of our patios in Ohio as well as in Pennsylvania on the outside. And as Mr. Blackburn said, it is for our guests on the chillier days in the spring and that type of thing. It'll help take some of that off, but it certainly is never going to allow us to open it in a winter situation, or when it's cold, it's cold, and that's the end of it. So there'll be a slight heater in there, but that's it.
You have those heaters that can be hung from the rafter of the
Correct. It'll be
overhang?
hung. Yeah, it'll be hung from the roofed space there. It'll be gas powered, and it's just a long tube heater that goes over top.
Okay. Well, I understand, and again, I don't mean to belabor it, but we've had a mild winter. Recently, it's been 60 degrees outside, and maybe some people would, but I think that having that space heater may also make them comfortable if they are sitting outside. You may get more people sitting outside if there's a space heater out there that
Absolutely.
they can enjoy watching the traffic go by on Durham Road.
And for us, that's what it's about, is giving our guests here in Newtown the ability to do what they want to do, more so than anything else. So if they want to sit outside, if they'd like to be part of that community, that's great. And if not, we have room inside as well. So.
Okay, so it's okay that we put in space heaters required?
Oh, it'll be there.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, first of all, Mr. Blackburn.
Yes.
Any other testimony?
No, I would move, I didn't have any exhibits. They were
Yeah.
all part of the application, so nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, would it be the pleasure of the board to have a motion, proposed motion, read prior to taking public comment, or would the board like to hear public comment prior to making a motion?
No, I think the procedure is we'll make the motion and then open it up to the public.
Okay. If the board is of a mind, it would be a motion to approve the application of Bomba Newtown LLC, doing business as Bomba Tacos and Rum, for a conditional use to operate a full-service restaurant at 2930 South Eagle Road in the Village at Newtown Shopping Center, lot number 1 in Newtown Township, Pennsylvania. The proposed restaurant will be approximately 3,990 square feet in size and is recognized as an E5 and E6 use, both eating place and eating place drive-in restaurant in the PC Planned Commercial Zoning District and is part of a shopping center use E15 already at this location. Approval is granted subject to the applicant's compliance with the following conditions. Number 1 is compliance with the CKS Engineers Review Letter dated January 13th, 2020. Number 2 is that the hours of operation shall be Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I think that means 12 a.m. Absolutely.
AM, yes.
Yep, okay. Number 3, employees. There will be a maximum of 13 employees per shift, and 2 shifts are proposed. Number 4, no hazardous, flammable, nor explosive materials may be stored nor used in the building. Should this condition change, the applicant must immediately notify both Brixmore and Newtown Township of the nature of any such dangerous materials, their purpose, and how the risk from the dangers are being safeguarded. 5, deliveries will be no more often than 5 days a week by box truck and shall occur at night to avoid interference with daytime traffic. Larger tractor-trailer trucks will be limited to twice a week at night or before business hours. All deliveries will be made from the 2 delivery areas indicated on the plan. 6, no noxious or hazardous impacts are permitted, nor shall be generated by this use. Should this condition change, the applicant must notify Brixmore and Newtown Township immediately of the presence of such environmental issues and how they are being addressed to safeguard the public and all employees. Number 7, no outdoor speaker system, intercom, music broadcasting, nor other noise generation equipment will be permitted outside the restaurant, and no sound generated by these uses will be audible beyond the structure. 8, all fees and costs due to Newtown Township must be paid in full prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Number 9, there shall be no drive-in or drive-through service at the proposed use. Number 10, the outdoor seating area shall be enclosed with a screen and shall not be enclosed by glass or any other type of permanent window fixture. And finally, number 11, based on recent discussion, space or other heaters shall be provided in the outdoor seating area as testified to at the hearing. Those are the conditions, and that is the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All acceptable? Correct?
They are, yes.
Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion from the board? From the public? Yes.
For public comment purposes, because we have a stenographic record, please come up and identify yourself. Please spell your last name and give your address for the record, please.
Joseph O'Neill, O''Neil, 124 Sequoia Drive, Newtown, PA. I just a question of clarification. I've seen these online, but the amphitheater is it designated as a public space for as part of the plan for the for this development?
Yeah, Mr. Blackburn, I believe anybody could use that particular. Is that what you're talking about, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. It's a public open space as a part of the underlying land development plan, yes.
And is what I heard, is there like you said, a 30-foot pinch point into this public space because of all these screens and from both Iron Hill and redevelopment?
That's correct, yes.
The only, I bring it up because I wonder, is that a suitable way for that public access space to be accessed and used? And how does the restaurants interact with that public space, and how does the public interact with all that screened-in seating? That's my only question to the board and to you.
There is also a ability to access the public amphitheater from the sidewalk being installed along Durham Road. So patrons or members of the general public will be able to enter the top of the amphitheater, if you will, and use both its tiered seating as well as the paved area. So I think there's sufficient means of access to that.
So public events can take place in that public access area and not interfere with the business of the restaurant and people, patrons in your screened area?
Yes, that's certainly something that would maybe fall under the purview of the landlord. Certainly not the ability of this applicant to permit that. It's not their public space, but the landlord certainly could. And I won't speak for Mr. Hopkins, but I would think that that they would welcome such events, as they would, be symbiotic with the neighboring restaurants.
Absolutely. And for us, that is one of the reasons that with the E6 designation in our takeout window that we've put in the front, we've done that both in our Malvern location that just opened in January, which has a similar space, as well as Newtown. The intent is to service the public in that space with that way.
You don't have any takeout rum, do you?
Well, I think that'd be a different hearing with Pennsylvania than just you guys.
Yeah.
And Mr. Blackburn, that particular area is not exclusive, it's inclusive of everyone there. In other words, someone can go to Chipotle, sit there and eat, or go to Mod.
You wouldn't even have to patronize.
It's not just for Bamba and Iron Hill.
That's correct, yeah. A member of the public wouldn't even have to patronize one of the establishments. It's wide open.
Okay.
So.
Additional public comment?
Hi, my name is Frank McCarron. It's capital MC, capital C-A-R-R-O-N. My address is 42 Rittenhouse Circle. In a prior life, I was chief financial officer of a company that owned the Arby's restaurant chain. And when I look at this, the only thing I can say is you should allow this gentleman to have more than 13 employees. Because 13 employees, you have 180 seats, you need a manager, you need bartenders, you need waiters, you need staff to clean, you need staff that's going to just make sure everything's going okay. And I'm really concerned that there's just going to be not a successful restaurant here if you limit this gentleman to 13 employees.
Well, it's not that we're allowing him, it's what he requested. So it's up to the gentleman here. If he wants more, he should ask for it now.
Would you like more employees?
I always want more employees. The application was submitted at 13 because with our current locations, once they're up and running and everything's flowing in a good way, that's traditionally about what we have in the space.
Well, is there any anticipation that you may need more going forward? I mean, is there a possibility? Because Mr. Sander, at this point, he can request additional employees, but doesn't necessarily have to use them at the moment.
That's correct.
So you can request 20 if you want. Doesn't mean you have to use them, but if the time come and you did need it, you'd have to come back and reapply and go through the procedure.
Well, that case, if we could amend it and go up to, I think 20 would be completely sufficient. If I've got more than 20 people in that restaurant at 3,900 square feet, I'm not going to have a lot of room for guests. So yeah, I mean, at 20, I think we'd be completely safe to be able to run the operation efficiently. Obviously, you've got plenty of background in understanding what it takes to run a restaurant. So yeah, we're excited, and we hope that Newtown embraces us in a way that we need as many people as possible, and that we're busy every day of the week.
Okay, that would require an amendment to the approval motion to allow a maximum of 20 employees per shift for the two proposed shifts.
I would accept that amendment.
And the second, would the second amendment? We'll accept that. Okay, thank you.
Now, in regards, I'm sorry, is someone else? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Patricia Curran, C-U-R-R-A-N. I live at 138 Twining Bridge Road in Newtown. I just have one question. You stated earlier about the parking that Mr. Blackburn would come back after it was already done to tell you whether the parking is sufficient or not. I have already been to McCaffrey's for the past however long it's been open, and since they started the construction, I don't even go because there is no parking. What happens if afterwards you find out there isn't enough parking? Where are you going to put it? That was my question.
Good question. Mr. Blackburn, do you have an answer?
I think the intent of our return visit was more towards traffic, because directly to your point, if it's determined that there's not enough parking, there is nowhere to put it. The parking is in strict compliance with the relief that's been granted. You've all heard that spiel before. 4.7 spaces per 1,000 square feet. The plan was designed on that criteria. The only thing I would offer to Mrs. Coran, I believe, is, again, this is an active construction zone. It's not, you can't look at it right now and say, well, it's a mess and it's a pain in the neck to navigate, because it's an active construction zone. We have more spaces coming online every day. We've got more traffic improvements, more traffic calming improvements coming online every day, and we remain confident, as both our traffic engineers were at the time of the land development approval, as were the township's traffic engineers at the time of the land development approval, that traffic and parking will be adequately provided for in the end. So,
just one more issue on the parking. Now that we've increased the employees another 7, technically from 13,
maximum. Yep.
From there, does that affect the parking where the employees would have to park?
Mr. Blackburn?
Well, it certainly wouldn't affect the parking ratio, again, because that's based on square footage of area, 4.7 per 1,000. So it doesn't change the calculation of spaces required. And I think we spoke earlier about the fact that being worked into the leases are designated parking areas for employees, specifically at the perimeter of the parking areas. So it would stand to reason that these 7 additional employees would be similarly bound by those lease restrictions, yeah.
Absolutely, and to speak to our current situation, you know, with 4 other locations, we are in similar mall complexes, both in Ohio and in Pennsylvania, and as a company, we adhere strictly to our employees parking further away so that our guests have an easier time to get in, and that's something that we're very diligent on with our managers as well as our staff. So we'll assure that they are in the least used traffic spots so that they can come to work, make sure that they're busy so they can keep coming to work.
Okay. Any other questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes 4-1.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Toll Brothers, conditional use.
Yeah, I mean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are now engaging on a second hearing this evening. This is the application of Toll PA, it's the Roman numeral 18, which is XVIII, LP, for a conditional use to operate a use B12, a cluster development at 435 Durham Road and 107 Twining Bridge Road on parcels that, when combined, consist of 158.07 acres located in the CM district. Before I mark board exhibits, I would like to note for the record that the Board of Supervisors this evening is not approving the development of this property. Issues such as traffic generation, stormwater management, and other such issues that are covered by the subdivision and land development ordinance will be discussed and are more appropriate to be discussed at the time of land development application. If this application is granted, I don't know if it will be, but if it's granted, that doesn't mean that the applicant can go out tomorrow and stick a shovel in the ground and start building houses. They still have to obtain a minor subdivision approval, which again is somewhat technical, but more importantly, they are required to file full-blown land development plans with the township that will be reviewed by all of the township's consultants, engineers, et cetera, and will be the subject of planning commission consideration, county planning commission consideration, and consideration by the Board of Supervisors before any approval is given to actually develop the property. What tonight's proceeding is about is that in the zoning ordinance, this property is zoned Conservation Management District, and the permitted uses in the Conservation Management District include a cluster development, but it is not a use by right, it is a use by conditional use, which means that it's permitted, but it has to come before this board who can only look at the proposed use of a cluster development itself and determine whether the proposed development raises any concerns of health, safety, and welfare to the public that are unique to this site as opposed to a cluster development that was going in on a different site. So that's the purview of the board this evening. Again, it is not approving the final land development of this property. So I did want to put that into context before I mark some board exhibits. Board Exhibit B1 will be a copy of the application. Exhibit B2 will be a copy of an October 24th, 2019 letter from Mr. Edelman to me requesting a time extension until mid-December of 2019. Exhibit B3 will be a letter dated November 18th, 2019 from Mr. Edelman to me requesting a continuance through January 31st, 2020. Exhibit B4 will be a letter dated February 4th, 2020 from Mr. Edelman to me extending the time by which the board has to commence a hearing in this matter until March 11th, 2020. Exhibit B5 is the CKS Engineers Review Letter dated February 13th, 2020. Exhibit B6 is a photograph depicting, actually it's four photographs of the posted notices of the tonight's hearing on the property. And Exhibit B7 will be the proof of publication that appeared in the newspaper on November 24th and December 1st, 2019 for this original hearing. There is an additional board exhibit, and we have been provided this by the applicant. Board Exhibit B8 will be an affidavit of service executed by Mr. Edelman and notarized, stating that he has sent the notice that is attached to his affidavit as Exhibit A, which is a letter dated February 7th, 2020, to all owners of property within a 500-foot radius of the property, and which contains in an envelope, a large yellow envelope, all of the mailing receipts for the certified mail for the mailing of those notices. That will be Exhibit B8. And with that, Mr. Edelman, your show.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilor. Greg Edelman here on behalf of the applicant. If it's the board's pleasure this evening, I'd actually like to proffer the testimony of our witnesses. They are here this evening. I have 4 of them. I'd like to have them sworn at this time, and then I would give their testimony, ask them to adopt my testimony as that of their own, and they would obviously be here to answer any questions the board would have with respect to the application. May I proceed? Great.
My
Thank
mic
you.
isn't on. Yes, that would be. Is that acceptable to the board? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So
please proceed.
At this time, if I could have, I have Justin Barnett, our site designer, John Baiano, our civil engineer, John Wichner, our traffic engineer, and Fred Ebert, our sewer engineer. I'd ask them all to be sworn at this time. Thank you. And prior to this hearing, I handed out a packet of exhibits A1 through A14. Specifically, A1 is Mr. Barnett's resume and curriculum vitae. Exhibit A9 is Mr. Baiano's resume, curriculum vitae. Exhibit A11 is Mr. Wichner's resume and curriculum vitae. And Exhibit A13 is Mr. Ebert's resume and curriculum vitae. Based upon their expertise, certifications, registrations, I would ask that they be accepted as experts in the following. Mr. Barnett is a registered landscape architect. I'd ask that he be accepted as an expert in site planning and design. Mr. Bayana.
Let's take these one at a time, because I want to ask the
Absolutely.
board to take a look at the curriculum vitae there that are marked as exhibits. For Mr. Barnett, it's Exhibit A1 in your packet. I would ask the board to review that and whether the board has any questions of Mr. Barnett regarding his qualifications as a registered landscape architect.
Any questions from the board?
Seeing none,
Seems,
oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
no, go
You
ahead.
have a question?
Seems qualified to me. I mean, but
Seeing no questions, Mr. Barnett will be accepted as an expert in the area of landscape architecture.
Site planning and design was that.
Site planning and design?
Yes, thank you. And then the next expert was Mr. Bayana, who's a civil engineer, registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I'd asked him to be accepted as an expert in such field.
Mr. Bayano's curriculum vitae is attached as Exhibit A9. I'd ask the board to review that one-page document and ask whether it has any questions for Mr. Bayano. Being asked as an expert in
Civil engineering.
Civil engineering.
Specifically towards stormwater, in case any questions come up.
Seems like he has the education, registration, and experience. It's fine with me.
Okay. John, questions? No problem. Kyle?
Seeing no questions or issues, Mr. Bayano will be accepted as an expert in civil engineering, specifically with regard to stormwater management.
Great, thank you. And then the next expert was Mr. Wichner. He is also a civil engineer, specifically with an expertise in traffic engineering, and I'd ask that he be recognized as an expert in traffic engineering.
His curriculum vitae is attached as Exhibit A11 to the exhibit packet. I'd ask the board to review that as well.
And he'll be speaking to traffic operations? So
Yes, external traffic primarily, to the extent any questions come up during this hearing. I do echo what Mr. Sanders says, that it's not a requirement for this application, but it always comes up, so that's why he's here.
Kyle?
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, Kyle.
Okay.
Hearing no objections,
Wait,
Mr. Wichner.
We have a question.
Oh, we have a question. Mr. Mack.
I was just going to say, Penn State graduates are good with me. Thank you.
And Villanova graduates are okay, too.
We'll bring him back for the next application then, too.
Seeing no objections, Mr. Wichner will be accepted as an expert in traffic engineering.
Thank you. And then the last expert was Mr. Ebert, who is also a civil engineer. He has a specific expertise in water and wastewater engineering. For purposes of this application, I'd seek to have him accepted as an expert in wastewater engineering.
And his CV is attached as Exhibit A13. Ask the board to review that and whether they have any questions regarding Mr. Ebert's expertise in the area of wastewater engineering.
Any questions?
Seeing none, Mr. Ebert will be accepted as an expert in wastewater engineering.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, had I gone through each individual witness's testimony and the more formal aspect, Mr. Barnett would be our chief witness, since he is the individual who prepared and supervised the preparation of the site plans, design, and the majority of the application. And if Mr. Barnett were called to testify, he would give you some background based upon the existing conditions of the property, which is Exhibit A2. There is a plan showing the overall proposed property, which is currently a portion of the All Saints Cemetery. The area highlighted in Exhibit A2 is approximately 158 acres in size. It borders Twining Bridge Road and Durham Road 413. If you then go to the third plan under Exhibit A3, also prepared by Mr. Barnett, and we'll continue to show those exhibits on the board as well. The third plan is titled Existing Uses Exhibit. And what Mr. Barnett would testify to with respect to this exhibit is that it shows the proposed development in the context of the surrounding development as well as the surrounding uses and zoning districts. This overall existing plan would show you that what is being proposed on the property is consistent in terms of density to the north, south, southwest of the property overall. It is actually less dense than the areas located in the shaded purple or pinkish color to the north and to the south, in keeping with the overall layout of the property. You will also see that the majority of the property remains open space. Based upon Exhibits A2, A3, we then move to Exhibit A4, which is the overall site plan for the project, titled Overall Plan and Notes, also prepared by Mr. Barnett, and that contains the all of the zoning area bulk and calculations. Specifically, the property is proposing the construction of 45 single-family homes. The ordinance actually permits 61 single-family homes, so this is not the maximum amount of dwelling units permitted. The proposed use on this property, which is Zone CM Conservation Management, is a B12 open space cluster. It requires a total open space of 84.59 acres. The applicant is providing 88.46 acres, but there's actually much more than that that will be undeveloped. The property only proposes a total of approximately 36 acres of developable area. So when you have a 158-acre site, you're looking at approximately 120 so acres that will be undeveloped, either as open space, there's a buffer lot around the property as well, or natural resources. So overall, this property is consistent with the goals and purposes of the Conservation Management District, which is to permit uses that are permitted in both type and intensity, which provide the maximum opportunities for open space in order to protect the natural resources and encourage the continuation of farming activities. The property currently has farming activities going on in its eastern or southeastern quadrant to the east of the stream corridor, as you can see on Exhibit A4, which actually divides pretty much the middle of the proposed 158-acre parcel. The parcel will be separated as a result of a proposed minor subdivision that's not before you as part of the conditional use, but is pending before you in a separate application. The remainder of the property will remain part of the All Saints Cemetery. So this will become its own development parcel, standalone, separate from the cemetery. As you can see in Exhibit A4, the overall plan proposes two accesses, both off of Twining Bridge Road, one to the north-northwest, and then further south along Twining Bridge. It also proposes associated stormwater improvements necessary to manage stormwater on the site. These are very conceptual in nature. This is not something that you would typically deal with in conditional use, but we wanted to be able to demonstrate feasibility of stormwater. And Mr. Baiano supervised the preparation of a stormwater management report, which is Exhibit A10, and if he was called to testify, he would testify that stormwater management is feasible on this property to comply with township codes as well as any state regulations with respect to stormwater management, and that would be done during land development. In addition, the overall plan shows what I had mentioned before, which is a 150-foot buffer lot, which goes around the perimeter of the property along any adjacent roadway frontages. So that area has to remain open. At the rear or back of the 150-foot buffer lot is an actual buffer. This board has some discretion as to what is to be planted and how it's to be planted. We've proposed something in compliance with the township's landscape ordinance, but that obviously would be done in more detail during land development. However, when we analyzed this, we actually looked at a potential alternative layout, which is shown in Exhibit A5 in your packets, and Mr. Barnett has entitled it as Alternative Buffer Exhibit. The property has a limit on its total disturbance area, so our lots are only half disturbed. What we had proposed is moving the buffer further back into the lots to give a physical demarcation between the areas of the lots where you can actually disturb the ground and the areas of the lots that you can't. In doing so, based upon Exhibit A5, we further increased the perimeter buffer. In some places, it goes as high as 526 feet now instead of 150. That's along the Durham Road side. Also along Twining Bridge, it increases to 255 feet. Along this location coming northwest, and then around the bend up to about 319 feet. So we believe that that actually would be an effective way to further maintain the view sheds coming off of the local roadways while still providing the buffer that was intended under the CM district regulations. That's something for the board to consider, I really think, during land development, but we'd like to bring it up now because we believe it's a better planning tool than what was shown on Exhibit A4. A4 complies. A5 also would comply, but would need the board's approval during land development. As Mr. Sander had introduced, I believe already as Exhibit B5, the overall application and site plan was reviewed by CKS, your planner. I've introduced that as well as Exhibit A6. It's the same letter dated February 13, 2020. And our engineer, Eastern States, Mr. Barnett, introduced a response. That's Exhibit A7. That is February 17, 2020, stating general compliance with the requirements and comments from CKS and their February 13th review. Overall, if Mr. Barnett were called to testify, he would tell you it complies, the application and the plan complies with all objective, applicable, conditional use criteria under the ordinance, and that's the specific criteria that's highlighted on Exhibit A4 as well as in the application. Everything from the natural resource calculations to open space requirements, et cetera. And the general conditional use criteria, I believe there is some in the back of the ordinance with respect to B12 cluster subdivisions. It really just requires you to conform with the specific. So overall, Mr. Barnett would testify that the ordinance complies with the zoning requirements.
The ordinance or the plan?
I apologize. The plan
I'm listening.
complies. You're listening and I'm thinking. The ordinance, the plan complies with the ordinance requirements. We also have with us this evening Mr. Witchner. While Mr. Sander had stated traffic is not necessarily a requirement here, he had performed a transportation impact assessment, which is Exhibit A12. If called to testify, Mr. Witchner would opine that the property has no adverse impact on the local roadways and that the accesses that are shown on the conditional use plan, Exhibit A4, are safe and efficient, and they have adequate clear sight distance for both of the openings. The analysis that's in Mr. Witchner's report would look at and study background traffic as well as new trips during the PM peak, AM peak, as well as I believe the weekend peak hours. But I think we're focusing primarily just on weekday PM and weekday AM peaks. All that information's in his report. His conclusion is set forth in his report with respect to no adverse impact, but he's here this evening to answer any specific questions you might have as well. Mr. Ebert, if he was called to testify, he would testify that the proposed method of sewage or wastewater management for the property is connection to the public sewer system, and that that connection to public sewer system would occur to the southeast of the property along Twining Bridge Road, and that there is adequate capacity in the system, or there can be adequate capacity in the system based upon minor upgrades overall in terms of conveyance facilities. In discussions with the authority, they would have to further evaluate it, but that the property is in the public sewer service area as a result of the township's most recent approved update that has been sent to DEP, and that would be the proposed overall method of wastewater management for the property should it be developed. In addition, one item I had forgotten, Mr. Barnett would have testified with respect to the application as to the proposed water supply source. He would testify that public water is proposed for the overall application and development, and that the public water would come from Newtown Artesian Water Company, who services the township. And to that extent, an Exhibit A14 was added to the overall packet that I handed out, which is what I call a will serve letter from Newtown Artesian Water Company dated June 29, 2018, stating that Newtown Artesian Water Company is willing and able to service the above captioned project with water. Some additional information in terms of the overall layout and use of the property, going back to Exhibit A4. The overall open space area of 88.46 acres would be offered for dedication to the township.
What was the acreage?
Its overall is 88.46 acres. Would be offered for dedication to the township. Should the township not want to accept that dedication, the homeowners association of the development would own and maintain that open space area. We have taken another look at the overall open space layout, and on Exhibit A4, which I don't think is shown in the plans for the application, there is a white dashed line running basically down the stream corridor north to south. And what we had suggested is if the township was interested in accepting the open space, they may consider accepting everything to the east, which would be about 77 acres of the stream corridor that's adjacent to the municipal complex, and everything to the west, 71 acres. Mr. Barnett just corrected me, that's why he's here. If everything to the west would be continued to be maintained by the homeowners association. That's the open space that really revolves around the development, whereas the larger parcel, the 71 acres, is separate and confined by the natural features of the property and much more isolated. And then that is the piece that is directly adjacent to this municipal complex. Overall, we are also, in accordance with the ordinance, proposing to do certain widening improvements to Twining Bridge Road. And in connection with those widening improvements, we also would have to handle the stormwater runoff from the additional impervious that would occur. And that would be done in accordance with the township's ordinance, specifications, and regulations. Certainly to be designed during land development. Some additional information in terms of the overall size of the lots. Your ordinance requires the lots to be a minimum of 30,000 square feet. However, the typical lot that's proposed is about 35,000 square feet in size, and that's because your ordinance has something called a minimum building envelope requirement of 15,000 square feet. We don't intend to use all of that, but your ordinance has it. So that forces, because of the setbacks of front yards, side yards, and rear yards, forces the lot to be larger in order to meet that compliance with those requirements. As I had shown on Exhibit A5 with the alternative buffer lot, we intend to basically cut that off in the middle almost, using some type of physical demarcation, whether it's a fence or a buffer, to be determined at land development. So while the lot in ownership might be larger, the actual used area will be a lot less. The roadway that is proposed to be constructed through the middle of the property will have a proposed right-of-way of 50 feet and a proposed paved cartway of 30 feet. The off-street parking requirements are all met on lot, and they're indicated on the Exhibit A4 in a typical location at, I guess, at the top of A4, so you can see how the cars are able to be parked on the individual lots. The streets are proposed to be private, not dedicated to the township, so they will be owned and maintained by the homeowners association that is established once it's constructed. Overall, that's a broad overview of the project. Rather than keep going citing individual nuances of natural resource protection or anything else, my experts are here to answer any questions the board may have. And I guess, gentlemen, if you were sworn and you testified, would you adopt my testimony as that of your own?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Edelman.
You're welcome.
Open it for questions? Yeah. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. On the satellite view and the plan, it looks like there's an old farmhouse and spring house on there. Is that accurate? I can't tell from the,
Yeah, there's an abandoned home.
It is abandoned.
Spring house.
Come up to the mic.
I'm sorry. There's an abandoned home and spring house near the existing driveway at the southern leg of Twining Bridge Road.
Do you have any idea how old the house is or anything? Or?
No, I think during the report that was done when the community septic was considered, there was an historical review associated with that, and is not historic in nature.
And what Mr. Barnett is referring to is originally when the application was submitted, it was proposed to have on-site wastewater facilities and a planning module was prepared.
And that's at the township? There were historic review of the property?
Well, yeah, it would be part of the planning
Okay.
module.
Okay.
And Mr. Eber could potentially talk about that since his office prepared that. But that's a typical requirement to do what's called a historic resource form, a survey form. And when you do that, the Pennsylvania Historic Museum Commission comes back with any type of comments, and I don't believe they had any. Fred can come. Okay.
Mike, can I see a copy of that when you have a chance next week or whatever?
Mr. Edelman, will you send me another copy of that?
Absolutely. I was just writing that down now.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind seeing it as
Sure.
Well, if we're going to get a copy of that sent to all of the board members, Mr. Edelman, I think we ought to probably mark that as exhibit
A15?
applicant A15, yeah.
Absolutely.
And that is that a letter from the Pennsylvania Historic and Museum Commission?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a response letter to the Cultural Resource Service that was submitted as part of the planning module for the original intended on-lot sewer system.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. I lost my page here, but there was, in some of the documentation, there was some information about a renegotiation of a 515 in reference to Act 139.
Yes.
And in there, somewhere in some of the verbiage, is mentioned a number of times deed restriction of the property. I don't know if I was reading it wrong, or we have enough lawyers here to help.
Yes,
me
we do, and
understand.
I can enlighten you on that. It was part of the title report that was submitted as part of the application, and I believe it was in CKS's review letter for the minor subdivision, which is the application next. It's referring to the Act 319 Clean and Green recording, so that's the tax, preferential tax assessment on the property as a result of agricultural open space use. So it will actually trigger rollback taxes when the property is sold and developed based upon whatever the statute and code requires.
For which the applicant will be responsible.
Or the seller.
Or the seller, depending on their agreement of sale.
Yes, and I
Okay.
don't know who's responsible, but
Okay.
somebody will.
And Mr. Sander, that agrees with your understanding
Yes.
of it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have a question about the area in each lot, or most of them, that is set aside for prime agricultural soil on residential lots. And one of your plans, you're saying you're going to have some kind of divider there, but that agricultural soil is not to be disturbed, I gather.
That's correct.
But what really would prevent a landowner from chopping all that down and setting up a shed there and so forth?
Right, and as no different than any other property that has a total amount of impervious and a homeowner coming in and paving more than they're allowed. The idea here was, and that's where the alternative buffer plan was shown was creating some type of physical demarcation so that the landowner would know that the area behind that is to not be disturbed. We would also have to have some type of deed restriction in place that would not only give the homeowners association the ability to enforce that it remain undisturbed, but also the township, because it would basically be a zoning enforcement. So the idea would be to either put a fence or a buffer in that location. There's nothing that prevents a homeowner from doing something illegal, right? I mean, that's really, and then it becomes an enforcement issue. And I understand from the municipality standpoint, the last thing you want to do is be running around people's backyards to determine what happens, which is why the alternative buffer plan makes more sense, because you can see it. So if the 150 feet is buffered at the back of 150 feet per your ordinance, then you won't see what happens behind that. If you push it all the way back to the limited disturbance line and have the buffer there, then that area on the other side will be part of that open contiguous perimeter lot that can be easily visible from the roadways, and it would be not as conducive to a homeowner trying to go out there to use it.
But you're saying it has to be included because of the minimum lot size or something like that?
And Mr. Barnett could probably speak to it from the technical standpoint, but from my lay lawyer standpoint, there's a total amount of agricultural soils that need to be preserved on the property. So when you looked at the requirement to make the lots bigger to satisfy the minimum building envelope, you were taking up ground that otherwise would be preserved and ag soils that would be preserved. So we just created the areas on those lots that are not to be disturbed during construction, thereby complying with the ordinance requirements. The comments from the township planner was, well, how can you make sure a future homeowner after you're gone doesn't go out there with a backhoe and digs up and puts a pool there? And that's why the berm and the fence and the way it's laid out, you want the homeowner to only think they have the ability to use what's in front of them, not what's on the other side.
Well, I'd like to see how that works. I mean, being on the board of my own homeowners association, you know, we're having lots of problems with people putting sheds on the common property
Correct.
where it's not permitted.
That's
and,
right.
You know, so it's a lot of trouble to get them to conform to the law, and then other residents have complained to me about water being pumped onto their land from another private house, and the township can't do anything about it. And
So you're correct. It happens all the time, regardless of the agricultural soils requirements or the lot requirements. Common open space is regularly mistaken by homeowners as stuff that they can do whatever they want on. You have your homeowners association declaration. It can be enforced privately. Homeowners association declarations are also supposed to allow the township to enforce it as well. So any declaration in this development would be subject to your solicitor's review and approval, and Mr. Sander and I have worked on many different things before. The municipality, look, you always have the right to go in even when the declaration doesn't say it, because you have enforcement powers under the zoning ordinance and pursuant to a plan. But you want the homeowners to know about it. So you want them to have that notice in the declaration. You want them to have that in a deed restriction. You want them to sign a plot plan when they're signing their agreement of sale that shows what they can and can't do on it. And that's not just for this purpose. We also have to do it, Toll has to do it for stormwater. If there's any type of stormwater facility, whether it's a rain garden or any other best management practice, they have to acknowledge that it's on their lot and it has to be maintained. So we have lots of these issues that you're raising. And the notice and signing of documents is the most important thing, because then when they come to the township to see Mr. Lewis and complain, he can say, look, this is in your deed, look, this is in your declaration, look, this is, you know, as much as you can bolster the township's ability to say, you're obligated.
Mr. Edelman, would the applicant be amenable to putting some sort of easement on each one of those lots where that's affected?
Oh, yes, I mean.
That would be held by both the HOA and the township?
Right, and they would, and the easiest way to do that is as part of the homeowners association declaration, which acts as a restrictive covenant on each individual lot. You would grant those enforcement rights for the township, as well as demarcate what the homeowners can and can't do. So you want to spell it out, put it on the association plan as well as in the association document. So it can be done. The problem you run into is people say, well, I never read those when I buy the house. I just sign whatever I need to sign, I don't read it, and that's it. And
I would suggest that the township won't have to enforce this.
Right.
That the HOA members will be their own police force, and anybody who sees anybody else doing something wrong will not hesitate to report it, and the HOA will have the enforcement ability to remedy these types of things. I don't know if that's in keeping with your experience, Mr. Mack.
No, it's not.
It's not, okay.
It's very difficult to get people to comply with our covenants, restrictions, or whatever.
Yeah.
They frankly don't give a damn, and they do what they want to do. And unless we constantly levy fines, which they don't pay, then we have to take them to court, which costs us money, and it's just a pain in the neck, really, for the homeowners association, I think, to enforce this kind of stuff. So it's built into this plan. You know, there's a problem down the road. It doesn't look good from my perspective, basically.
Well, but it's no different than any other homeowners association issue that you're facing. I mean, you're describing the typical self-governance issue. You know, how often do you do it? What tools do you have at your disposal to enforce it? Who does it? How diligent do you do it? You know, if the road remains private, okay, and it's not subject to township's maintenance schedule, who's going to tell everyone they have to pave it and fix it? Well, that's a homeowner's issue. And that's the nature of the beast, so to speak. You would expect that homeowners in that association would want their homes and their roads and their landscaping and their open space to be maintained. I mean, it's an underlying philosophy of homeowner association planned communities as created by the statute many years ago.
With regard to the acres dedicated to the township, what does that mean exactly? Does the township own that outright?
They would, if they were to accept it, it would be a fee simple conveyance via a deed of dedication, tax-free transaction, since it's going to a Commonwealth municipality. The township would then have the ability to do whatever it pleases with it, so long as it's based for the public. So it could remain open space, it could be used for recreation, it could be whatever the township deems suitable, so long as that it is for a public purpose.
And for agricultural use, you think that a lot of that land would still be, that's dedicated for agricultural use, will actually be used for agriculture? I mean,
yes.
I'm looking on this, I see streams. Well, I'm not sure which part of the, which direction of the white line it is, but.
Well, so the area that is in the light green to the east of the white dashed line that you can see is cleared, the dark green are the tree lines. That's currently inactively farmed.
Is it?
Yeah, so it can be continued to be used for that use, should the township desire after becoming owner, or it could be used for some other active recreation use, passive recreation use. I mean, it's up to the township in your planning. The other ag uses that we've proposed, you know, are possible. We really don't want to do them, to be honest, like forestry. We don't want to cut down trees in the natural stream corridor, but you can do it. There's other ag uses in the ordinance I'm sure that you could do here. Overall, the development is pushed westward or northwestward, so it is segregated from the areas that would be used for agricultural purposes.
Well, you know, I come from New York, so I don't know anything about agriculture, but I just thinking about it, you know, conservation management, I know that the ordinance allows this, but it seems to be, you know, a contradiction to have this kind of development in a conservation management area. I think there's enough maybe development in Newtown as it is. There must be conservation management areas slightly north of Newtown that might be suitable for development.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Newtown Meadows is also in conservation management, and it's been in existence. And you have other areas in the township that are in conservation management that were developed. So what I think you're actually seeing here is the balance between conservation management of an extremely large portion of a developable property. So it's what I would call smarter cluster growth, so that you would have only 30-some acres of a 158-acre property developed. And that is conservation management. It allows for the balance of some low-density development and some very large swath of perpetual preservation or conservation of natural resources or agricultural uses.
I know you came before the board a while ago
Yes.
with a much larger, I
Yes.
forget how many, 158 or?
A lot more than that. 170?
170.
I was going to say 170.
So what made you, Toll Brothers change their mind?
There was, no, based upon what we saw, there was no appetite for any type of change of the zoning, and that the township
It would require a change in zoning?
Yes, and that the current zoning was going to remain in place. So based upon that, we looked at what could we feasibly develop and what would be preserved, and this is what we came up with. And it, I think, achieves the goals and purposes of the Conservation Management District as it's currently zoned.
You know that we're currently going through a process of redrafting our 10-year comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And it is my hope that we have a more stringent type of conservation management zone than we currently have. So I guess you're getting in there before all this happens. And
I would just give you one warning. Don't make it too stringent, because then you're going to wind up getting challenges, and you'll wind up with people with 300 or 400 units showing up on those parcels. And I can tell you that from experience. And Mr. Sander can tell you that from experience. So just be careful that you allow for, as my advice, allow for some reasonable level of development in those CM districts. It could backfire on you.
Thanks very much.
No, thank you.
I just have a question about, and again, I think John addressed this, the shaded area of which you're trying to basically save behind each unit, except for I think there's 4 or 5 units on the southern part.
Correct.
That are not affected.
That's correct.
Now, that shaded area is still owned by the homeowner, correct?
That is correct.
Now, does that, being that you're trying, if no one breaks the law and does anything to these particular shaded areas, does it give the owner ample space as far as the home is concerned? Because what we also get as time goes on are people that want to put decks, or can they actually put a pool or something like that on these properties that you have shaded because of the area that is being protected?
The answer is yes, and Mr. Barnett can expand on that.
Right, so if you look at the typical lot diagram on Exhibit A5, we show what a typical unit would look like with the driveway, and then where the proposed alternate buffer would be. Out the back of these homes, you'd have 40 to 45 feet, in some cases greater, to allow for outdoor living, which would be your patio, your deck space, your pool, outdoor kitchen, things of that nature. Within the stormwater management design, we've also allotted for 7,000 square feet of impervious surface per lot, which is still in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
One number I forgot to mention in my overview, or Mr. Barnett's overview, is that the ordinance permits a total impervious coverage of 20%, and what we're proposing at this point is 7%. So we're not even close to the maximum coverage for paving on the property.
And so even if they were to come in with a plan for a swimming pool, they would still be safe within certain?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, how much frontage do they have? I know
That varies. Go ahead.
Yeah, the frontage varies based on the development and the layout. The typical lot width is 115 feet, though, and within that you have 2 20-foot side yard setbacks, and then so typically you're going to have 85 feet for a building envelope.
Okay. Now, in regards to the stream that runs through it, which seems to go some on your property and some on the open space property. What is being done to protect that?
Well, as of right now, nothing is proposed. What we had agreed to do would be to study the corridor. There is an ordinance provision that we don't think applies, but the township planner said might apply, and that's to evaluate the riparian buffer corridor. It's not stream restoration. It's really more about, I think, stabilization. But we agreed to do that analysis as part of land development to see if there are any quote-unquote weak spots or areas that are prone to erosion or sedimentation, to make sure that that doesn't happen. We believe the ordinance doesn't apply because we're not doing anything in that corridor, in that riparian buffer corridor. We think the ordinance only applies when you're actually encroaching or disturbing in that buffer area, and we're staying out. Nonetheless, we agreed to take a look at it to see what's there.
Now, also being that you're basically disturbing the soils by building these houses, would this affect in any way during a big rainstorm the flooding of that little stream and also the flooding of the properties? Is there any danger to, is there any wetlands in there that are susceptible to causing what I'll call little lakes as rainstorms start to occur?
No, and John Baiano might be able to give you some more background since he's the stormwater expert, but everything that we do on here will have to be controlled and managed, so the runoff won't be unmanaged. It won't be creating any type of flooding in any direction because the regulations don't allow it, and maybe John can give a little bit of overview on
Now,
what's proposed.
also, would the runoff be going south?
Hello, I'm John Baiano, civil engineer, ESC Consultants. The post-developed stormwater management scheme will emulate what's happening there today. Runoff basically goes north to south towards the wetlands corridor, the stream inside there. We will collect the additional runoff by our development, through a series of detention basins, and then we'll slowly release the excess runoff to help emulate what's the peak rates of running, what's running there today. There are also some runoff that runs directly towards Twining Bridge Road. I know we were in receipt of a letter of concern from some of our neighbors. We will look further into that and evaluate the culverts there. Again, all we did so far was a feasibility, nothing really detailed yet. But we are reducing the drainage area, getting to the culverts that run along Twining Bridge Road. By reducing the area and changing the ground cover, we'll be reducing the amount of runoff that gets there.
John, what are you required to do just generally under the ordinances and the regulations in terms of post-development volume?
Per both the township regulations and state through DEP and our NPDES regulations, we have to, for peak rates, match what your ordinance says. Can't increase the amount of runoff that leaves the site, both in peak rate, and we have to look at volume runoff. Now the site, we've done some preliminary testing, the site doesn't infiltrate. It's got a high groundwater, it's got some high rock, so we can't infiltrate to help reduce the volume. So we have other options, other groundwater, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. We can't infiltrate, so there are other water quality issues, BMPs we can use, other, thank you, volume reduction methods we can use, whether it's a spray irrigation, whether it's amended soils, whether it's a series of rain gardens throughout the site. There are several BMPs that we can work with the township and with DEP to incorporate to help reduce the increase in stormwater runoff and volume as well as peak rate. And they'll be throughout the site, not just our basins, but throughout the site as where they're needed.
Looks like most of the building is happening far outside the riparian area there.
That's very correct, yes. The riparian buffer is all within the, I would say, the darker shaded areas in and around the stream itself. So we're not disturbing any of that.
The water flows in behind Devonshire and in behind Nob Hill.
Yeah, so our basins will be, they are spread out throughout that riparian corridor and discharging keeping that riparian corridor viable with water, just not over inundating it, which you might think by the increased impervious. The basins will help control that.
But as you build, will it do anything to raise the water table and maybe cause that stream to occasionally flood? Almost like, I mean, I liken it to squeezing a sponge. The more you squeeze it, that it has water there, it's going to overflow. Is anything going to happen in this situation? I mean, you're putting 45 homes in a particular area that is abutted by a stream. Will that cause the water table of that stream to increase?
That type of analysis is not, we've only at this point done feasibility. That's a more detailed look at, we can surely look at that and look at those analysis at preliminary land development stage in application. We'll work with your engineer, work with DEP, and if need be, we'll do obviously more testing to find out where the groundwater is and what level it's flowing at, how the water is running through the wetlands corridor today, and try to emulate what's there today without any adverse effects.
John, can you explain how managed release would work in those circumstances to address the issue?
A managed release concept is because the site won't infiltrate, the groundwater is too high. If we were to build a basin digging down into the ground for a detention basin to hold water back and slowly release it, if we don't put a liner in there, that groundwater may come up and we will just release the groundwater down into the wetlands. So our detention basins will need to have a liner in the bottom to keep water from coming up. But as far as a managed release, we will also have a soil media at the bottom of our basin that will hold water for a longer duration and slowly release that. Once the main storm comes through, that soil media, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 feet, again, we don't know how deep it will be yet, will slowly release water over time, and in the soil media and the plantings in there help evapotranspire some of the excess water without it going into the groundwater and into the wetlands corridor. So all the excess runoff that's being generated by the site, there are various methods, one of which is the managed release, one of which is rain gardens, some of which is spray irrigation, other methods of helping really reduce the amount of runoff.
Now, would any of this, of what you mentioned in regards to whatever the water table is underground, would that affect tapping into the sewer system and or the artesian water wells? Would that be affected in any way?
I'm sorry, I can repeat the question? It's
the underground. I'm assuming there's some
underground
water.
Okay.
Okay. When the buildings start to become built and the tables start to rise a little bit, would this affect the tapping in of the sewer lines and also the water lines?
No, the both sanitary sewer and water, they'll be, especially the water mains, they're watertight. They're not going to leak. Water won't infiltrate. If it's an issue, if groundwater is that high that it's infiltrating, well, the sanitary sewer should be sealed enough that it won't have infiltration into the pipe. In essence, we don't want, that'll just inundate your sanitary sewer system. So depending on how high it is, we'll have to have experts review the groundwater table. And if we have to dig into it, we'll have to make special consideration for the pipes. With the current testing we've done so far, again, it's preliminary, groundwater was 6 to 8 feet below surface at several locations. Water mains, generally higher than that. Storm pipe, generally higher than that. Sanitary sewers are usually right about that depth. But we will be, depending on how the earthwork works, you excavate a basement out or the basin's out, it brings in additional dirt. Our roads may be a little bit higher depending on where that water table is. So a lot of this goes into design consideration at the next level of approvals, depending on how the water table is, where the rock is. All those factors depend on how high we have to raise the site for various reasons.
Now, when these discussions take place, would our sewer authority and Artesian Water Company be included on these discussions?
Yes, definitely. We've already been in permanent contact with both.
Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions? I guess if we have no more questions, I will open it up to the public. I think a lot of people here have some questions to ask of you. So anyone who wants to come up to the podium and ask any question that you may have in regards to this, please do so.
Again, if you were here, you heard my instructions in the last conditional use hearing, and they will apply equally here. Please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Eric Pomerantz. I live at 2 Dorchester Lane. I want to thank you for your attention to this matter. I was present at the Township Planning Commission meeting held last week on the 18th of February and listened very carefully to that presentation made by Mr. Edelman, attorney for Toll Brothers. It was very educational, and I want to thank him for taking questions at that time and answering to the best of their ability. Notwithstanding the concerns I voiced that evening relating to the potential impact of the increased traffic along Twining Bridge Road, which I understand is not the subject of tonight's discussion, but I think is a significant and real issue that needs to be thought through. Not simply the safety of the sightlines for the exits from this development onto Twining Bridge, but the impact of that traffic will have both at the intersection of 413 and even more critically at the intersection of Swamp Road, where there's a history of critically and unfortunately horrible accidents that occur there with frequency, including fatalities. So the increased number of traffic coming out of Twining Bridge Road onto both Swamp and 413, I think is something that has to be studied very, very closely. But when we raised that, and another individual raised it at the time, and we were told it'll be addressed during development work plan. But the one thing that did sink in when I was listening last week, and I hear it again tonight, was the two shading approach, which I think has been raised a little bit by members of this Board of Supervisors, to the building lots. The light green areas, the dark green areas, the parts where you can build and the parts where even though you bought the land, you can't touch. And I just want to make sure we understand this correctly, that the housing lots, and I understand A5 is a amended version of what we saw at the Planning Commission. So they've changed, how they're going to designate the dark green areas, my understanding, correct?
Well, it's not amended with respect to the lot areas, and the shaded areas are the same. It's just the physical demarcation of the buffer being moved back into the lot.
Right. So, and that's because that dark green area must remain undisturbed, correct?
That's correct.
And so there's an actual difference between the minimum building envelope, according to the township ordinance, and the lot that a person would buy, as I understand it. So the light green is where you can build, the dark green is where you're not supposed to touch, right? And so conservation management as a concept requires that lots be a certain minimum size, right? And they skew towards larger sizes. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that those lot sizes originally were supposed to be like 1.5 acres, was a by right build in a conservation management zoning situation, right? 1.5?
3.5, I think. Yeah.
So what we're doing here, the calculations used here come out to about 3/4 of an acre lot size. So there must be some rule that allows them to go less than what the conservation zoning originally had. Maybe it changed, I don't know.
Well, let me respond to that. The rule or statute that allows them to go less than the minimum acreage in the CM district is the essence of this use B12 cluster development, where instead of spreading out 60 plus homes, 80 homes all over the property that they own, leaving very little, if any, open space, that would meet the minimum lot requirements of the CM district, but they're seeking the alternative of clustering or making those lots smaller and bringing them close together in order to create such a large area of undeveloped open space.
Thanks. I appreciate that. But it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but isn't conservation management in most respects, the spirit of it is to address density. And it feels like when you start pushing things together, yes, on the one hand, you're giving this more open space over here, but you're creating more problems because you're increasing the density in a smaller space, which I think is, to me, somewhat antithetical to what conservation management was supposed to do. Otherwise, why even have it, right? You're supposed to be protecting the land from an overly developed area, and there are reasons, obviously, that were felt to be important. That's why we created conservation management zoning. So the thing that bothers me is when you sell homeowners lots where more than half of the purchased land is not usable by that homeowner, their lot, look where that green line is, look where they're proposing to put some type of barrier, a fence, a vegetation or something. More than half of the lot would not be usable by that homeowner. It seems a little bit like a sleight of hand. I mean, what you're giving with the one, you're taking away with the other. And it's really designed to allow development where conservation management really didn't want you to be developing. That's why they had minimum lot sizes. That's why you had all these other rules, because you weren't supposed to be able to shove houses that close together in a conservation management zoning area. I mean, how many, and this conversation started, and Mr. Mack spoke a bit about it, but how many landowners do you think are going to honor the non-disturbance when they have paid full value for the land? They can see hundreds of feet behind their house out their back window, and they only want to put a tool shed, or they only want to dump their grass clippings, or they only want to put in a hot tub, or even do something as seemingly innocuous as letting their pets roam back there and dig up and do their business. I mean, who's going to say that you can't do that? Well, nobody is. Well, actually, what landowner wouldn't think they can and that they have the right to? They bought the land. They paid full value. And I know there'll be an easement. And I know there'll be all these documents that they will bury in their safe deposit box along with their title search and never look at again. But the conservation zoning management rules were put in place to protect against a certain level of density and a certain level of abuse. So who's supposed to enforce that? Well, guys, you are. You're the ones that are supposed to be the protectors of the land. It's not supposed to be the homeowners association. It's not supposed to be the neighbor who rats out his neighbor because they built a shed. No, I understand exactly what you're saying, because there are neighbors that we all have that do things that are improper. But are you going to go and be the guy that rats them out? No, you're not. You have to live with those people. They're your neighbors. So then it's left to you. So it seems to me that this is a way of moving enforcement and trying to say, well, it's up to the homeowner, and it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like that's the way we should operate here. When was the last time anybody came in here with a real by right development, which actually said 1.5 acres, 3.5 acres, right? Does anybody do that? No, because it's not economically viable to develop that way. They come in with squished in proposals because that's how it works. There's been so much development here in the last 15, 10, 5 years that the character of this township is under assault. Pretty soon there'll be no conservation management land left. Will you be the ones that look back over the next 5 or 10 years and say, gosh, it's so sad. We really should have done something about all this overbuilding back then, but now it's too late. I ask you, on behalf of myself, on behalf of my neighbors, on behalf of other people that care about open space in this town, that the open space that made this town have the feeling and have the community that it does have, to enforce the rules the way they're supposed to be enforced. Enforce them not just for their technical. So I'm sure Mr. Edelman and the rest of the folks are within the compliance, the technical compliance. But the spirit of what conservation management is all about, I believe, is violated by cramming houses in to small little building envelopes with hundreds of feet behind them that you can't touch, and asking people to, and expecting people to just say, okay, I won't do anything. I think that's a bit of a bridge too far, and I ask you to consider that closely before deciding what to do here. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Joe McAtee, 88 Twining Bridge Road, Newtown. It's MCATEE. So I moved to Newtown from Philadelphia in 2013, and my wife and I had just had our first child. He was, I think, 3 months old when we moved into a house. And when we bought this house, we really looked at the land next door. You know, I'm from Ohio, and I'd lived in this city for several years, and I was ready to move into an area where it's a little more bucolic. You know, it was nice to raise a kid. It was open. So I specifically did not move into subdivision. I really sought out, a property that had some significance, and when I saw the farm, and, I have an acre, I thought, this is perfect. It was under conservation management, and I did do the research. I looked up what conservation management was. And also it was owned by the Catholic Church, so that kind of gave me a warm and fuzzy. They did have a cemetery on the Durham Road, and I knew that was part of the property. But as far as I could see, it was farmed. And if somebody would build a house, well, they'd have to do it on a few acres, and it wouldn't be that tremendous of an impact. When I found out that Toll Brothers was going to develop this land, it was devastating for so many levels. I get this letter in the mail, and it absolutely kind of turned my world upside down because I didn't expect it to even be possible. And it couldn't have been possible. I mean, it's 173 homes. They are going to widen the road. First off, I don't have a tremendous amount of frontage. Now I have 2 kids in the community. We've invested a lot of money into the house. And, it looked very dark for me. It looked like, wow, everything I invested in, the reason I came to Newtown, I felt like this city was run well. I looked at the zoning. I really made that risk reward, and it seemed to be a great balance. The school district is good as well. And this is devastating for me, my wife. It's caused stress for 2 years. And, I think it's funny, and it's not funny, it's actually horrible. They proposed to build this development, increase all the traffic, widen the road, take away my frontage, take away everything I kind of bought into, and at the same time, cause safety problems for everyone. We're trying to actually, we have to get onto Durham Road or we have to go onto Swamp Road. My previous neighbor also talked about this. But when I got the letter, and there was the first meeting with Toll Brothers, I have it written down. I wrote the letter on May 9th, I think in 2018. And I think on May 8th, 2018, or around that time, somebody died coming on Swamp Road right at the intersection. It's a very dangerous intersection. Increasing traffic is just going to be terrible there. So that takes me kind of to my next point. And, we're talking about health, safety, and welfare, and I really want to stick to your point. And so that's where I'm really focusing. So, going on the safety aspect, I can't believe that we still have a proposal with entrances on Twining Bridge Road. Like, Twining Bridge Road is a rural road, and the houses were built on a rural road. Like, my house is directly adjacent to this plan. I'm going to be affected. There's serious costs. But now I'm going to have this road here and this road here and all this additional traffic. And these neighbors, whoever they are, and I hope they're great people, are also going to have the same safety problems. Why we're going to increase traffic on this road or take away frontage from people's yards that have been living here for many, many years. Some neighbors have been living here even longer than I'm alive. Why we're going to take away from them, take away from all that they've invested in for this project, it doesn't make sense. And it also doesn't make sense for the new neighbors. And so, these new neighbors are going to be, struggling to pull on. I guarantee there will be accidents. That's the saddest part. Driving is one of the most dangerous things we do every day, and we are going to put people's lives at risk every day for no reason. There was an entrance off Wrights Road, which would have been incredibly much safer, much better, much more supported by the neighborhood, that would have taken away direct traffic. Only indirect traffic would have hit Twining Bridge Road. But that's not here anymore. I don't know why that was taken away, but it just vanished. And then I talked to Micah, and he did say it was expensive. I just don't know why, expensive is, better than lives. These people's lives are going to be at risk. They don't even know. We do know as neighbors, and we're going to pay that cost. So I don't know why it's not on North Road, which would still be safer. They have a lot of land to work with here to make safe right-of-way, for turning. They have a light here already, or Wrights Road. And either one, I think Wrights Road has support of all the neighbors as an entrance, but North would be much better than having an entrance off of Durham or Swamp. So that's that. So there's a lot of costs in this overall plan. For me, like a lot of penalties, I should say. There's short-term costs, and there's long-term costs. And so the short-term costs, are going to be things that are transient, like tons of heavy traffic on the road. A road that's not made for that, right? This road was not made to support truck traffic. First, trucks can barely come around the bends. They really shouldn't be driving on it. But we're going to have heavy traffic coming down the road to build this huge machinery to actually grade and work the land. We're going to have tons of destruction to the road. It's going to be dangerous. Like I said, I got 2 little boys. We do run around there. And, just with the increased traffic, huge vehicles, weird traffic patterns, it's going to be dangerous for my family. And they're going to take away part of my front yard. It's going to make my house even that much closer. Nuisance, dirt, dust, and litter. I'm directly right here, so all this dust is going to blow right into my house. All the litter from the construction site is going to blow right into my yard. These are short-term costs. Like, yes, I'll get over it, but at the same time, there's something that I'm going to pay for significantly, and I'm only going to lose on the whole deal. And it's kind of like breaking a contract, as me as a homeowner buying into Newtown, paying into our township, really like investing with my family. And same with every other person on this neighborhood, or on this road and in this Twining Bridge community, which I've kind of come up with is about 160 houses in the greater Twining Bridge community. So this is like a destruction of personally to my family's quality of life. I think it's hard to dispute that. Long-term penalties really are the direct congestion. Obviously, we talked about this on Twining Bridge Road and the safety issues. Rush hour is going to be that much worse because you're going to have people stacked, and also that it's going to be, right now I'm working from home. In a month I'll be working back in New York, and I worked in New York before. I have to leave at 5:30 in the morning. It's still heavy traffic to get on to Swamp Road. I can't imagine if I had to leave at like 7 o'clock or 7:30 when it's even worse than that. Let's say sales traffic. There's going to be people that are looking at buying these houses. That's additional traffic that's going to never be accounted for. And this is really a destruction of a Newtown landmark. This is one of our last working farms, and it is one of the biggest pieces of character. Like if you look at our community and people look at Newtown, this is what they think of. It's picturesque, and it definitely is a big draw. It's a magnet for the area. And this is significant loss of watershed. So I think people don't talk about conservation management just in why it was there. It's not just there to have big yards for big houses. It's really there to benefit the community for many ways, and one of the many ways is watershed. So it's actually collecting water for our aquifers. And they're saying, oh, it's only 7% permeability, but the area that they're actually taking away from is absorbing a lot of the rainwater. And so now that's going to be taken off the table. That's just a huge environmental impact that's just gone. And building itself is very bad for the environment. That's just like a smaller aspect, but it is one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas. And, finally, Finally, I wanted to close with community planning as general, and I think everybody kind of needs to think of this, like we're all part of the same community, and, and this includes the board, and really, I chose Newtown in the specific home because of the bucolic community, the access to nature and escape from the city. I hoped the zoning laws or rules would be upheld for the greater good of the community, as the few remaining active farms add to the character, quality of life, and the environment for all residents. Please keep in mind when evaluating any proposals from builders that our community will reach a tipping point where we lose what makes Newtown special. Otherwise, we will wake up to a community on the decline, indistinguishable from any other sprawling suburb. Newtown is a great place to live, work, and worship, and that's what we put on Newtown's Township's website. And I think we really need to think about that. Why is it a great place to live, work, and worship? And let's try to preserve it. And that's where I close. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Frank McCarron, capital MC, capital CARRON, 42 Rittenhouse Circle. It's the Delancey Court community. I wanted to hand these to the members. I have some notes. If you're going to approve this, I want to ask you about putting some conditions on this conditional use approval, if it's within your power. Let me just say something. So I live in Delancey Court, and if you're familiar with Delancey Court, it's right opposite the municipal building here. And its entrance is on Durham Road, and it's designed to allow for egress, to go in and go out without impeding traffic on Durham Road. So if you're heading north on Durham Road towards Delancey Court, there's a right turn lane. You can pull in, decelerate, you're not blocking traffic. If you're heading southbound on Durham Road, there's a left turn lane. You can move into it, decelerate, not block traffic. And this community is essentially blocking traffic. So effectively, I know the entrances are on Twining Bridge Road, but effectively the entrance is on Durham Road or Swamp Road. And on Durham Road, and I go on Twining Bridge Road all the time. If you're heading north on Durham Road and make a left on Twining Bridge Road, you stop traffic behind you. There is no shoulder, there's no way to pass. Everyone's just going to wait until you make that turn. And sometimes, coming the other way, you're waiting a little bit of a while. Similarly, if you're heading southbound and you want to make a right on Twining Bridge Road, there's no pull-off. There's a house, private home there on the corner. So you're just coming to a stop or close to a stop and making a direct right turn. So in my mind, there has to be some work done on that corner, and that corner is what is being designated as agricultural use property. And one of my concerns is that from waiting and not talking about this right now is that Toll Brothers proposes to use 36 acres of the agricultural use land for this development. That's what they propose to disturb. And that's the maximum that they can disturb. And I'm concerned that there are things that need to be done to these roads and taken into consideration. I don't want to find that we approve something and then find out later, well, we can't do that because, well, you've approved it and we have to maintain its agricultural use land. So there's certainly, if we were going to keep Twining Bridge Road, there should be a left turn lane heading north. There should be bike lanes on both sides of the roads. I don't want to take the homeowner's property. I want to take this property. Toll has proposed, I was at the Planning Commission meeting, and they proposed running a sidewalk on Twining Bridge Road 4 feet wide. The Planning Commission suggested that be widened to 5 feet wide. The length of Durham Road and the length of Twining Bridge Road are in the comprehensive trail plan that's supposed to get a comprehensive trail. That is supposed to go all the way up past Delancey Court, all the way up to Twining Bridge Road, turn on Twining Bridge, go all along Twining Bridge till you get to the high tension wires, and then they have some other path going on. So a 4-foot sidewalk, first off, I mean, I'll bring this up at a later meeting, but if you're going to have kids on bikes and they're going to come off a sidewalk and they want to go to friends, there's the Newtown Ground, North Road, that light doesn't line up. You'd have to continue that all the way around so that the kids are not going to get injured. But what I would like to see, if you can do it now, is to say, if I'm going to approve this, that as a condition of approving, Toll Brothers, you must build a comprehensive trail plan around this property that's been adopted by the township. So I'd like to see that done. And then the plan shows an agricultural easement on 413 on Durham Road. There's a current driveway, and they say agricultural easement. And it's right at the top of the cul-de-sac of what's called roadway C, like the very top of the property. And it was asked at the Planning Commission meeting that they expand that driveway, that easement, so emergency vehicles can pull off of Durham Road right into the community rather than having to go over to Twining Bridge Road. And if that should happen, I just want to make sure that this expanded driveway doesn't become an illegal egress for people who want to get out of the community quickly and are just going to cut onto Durham Road. So I just want that taken into consideration. If there has to be realignment of 413 of Durham Road to afford a left turn lane, that means taking some land from the homeowner at the intersection of Twining Bridge and Durham Road. And to do that means compensation. I think tolls should be responsible for that as well. And the reason I want these things to be thought about and addressed now is because they're using their maximum 36-acre disturbance, and I just don't want to find that there's an issue because of that afterwards. The first gentleman has also brought up an issue, and I guess I want to ask some questions of you. So toll appears to be, this is on the second page, they're proposing that the same land within a home site be considered both the building envelope and prime agricultural soil to be preserved. So for purposes of how big a house they can build, they want its building envelope. But for purposes of the homeowners and how much they can disturb, it's preserved agricultural soil. And I just want to know, have the attorneys for the township agreed with this interpretation, that you can have both the land as envelope and preserved soil? That's a question. Someone else brought off homeowner respected designation. Third, is it fair to homeowners? Are you going to reflect in their tax bills that they are effectively not getting use of land that is their land? So, and I guess if I were you, I would ask Toll Brothers to submit an alternative proposal to align what they call Road C with the traffic light at North and Durham Roads and use that as the main entrance. That would allow them to build into the land, so if they're heading southbound, you could have a right turn lane to come into the community. If you're going northbound, you could have a left turn lane coming into the community. It'd be at a traffic light, it'd be controlled. You don't have to have roads going out onto Twining Bridge and getting people upset. And, you know, and as for Swamp, because the traffic person may say, well, not everybody's going to go Durham, some will go Swamp. You know, Swamp Road has an intersection that I know is dangerous because when I was 20 years old in New York, I was in an accident in almost the same circumstance where I came to the intersection, the road's clear, I turned left, I didn't realize that there was a dip, you know, that the road dipped down and then came up, and a car came up and it hit me as I'm turning left. And I go that route to go to the Covered Bridge parking lot, which is where the entrance to Tyler Park is. And you're waiting to make a left, it could look clear, but you don't go. You just sit there and you wait because you have to make sure nobody's down in there. And you're just guessing by timing, is someone going to come up? I had talked to the township about that intersection already. They said that it had been studied for a 3-corner stop sign, but the concern was that the trucks coming from the quarry, they're coming up that really steep hill. If they have to stop, if that backs up and it's icy, that they might actually slip backwards, that they need the momentum to go up. So I don't see a solution for that intersection other than don't put any more traffic on it. So that's all I have to say.
Good evening. My name is David Riggs. Riggs, and I live at 8 Providence Court. Going over what was said tonight, when they were talking about the initial division and splitting it up between what is the development and what is the proposed subdivision, when they're going through the numbers, and I'm following it, and I'm trying to follow it tonight, they're talking about the numbers, but when they're using some of the impervious space and others, they use the entire 150 acres. And then when they talk about others, they're only talking about this space. So you need to make sure that the numbers are correct. That if they're talking about the numbers, that's only for this section, not for the proposed subdivision and what they're selling off. They talked about the back taxes because it's no longer going to be used for farming. So when they're talking about the back taxes, it should be for the entire area, okay? Because once that's done, you're not guaranteed that that's going to be continually farmed. If they do give it to the township, then is the township going to contract with a farmer in order to farm that land? What happens if somebody gets hurt on that land? That's now the township's responsibility. Okay, they said if it was subdivided, it would be its own development parcel. And what I'm afraid of is that somebody else would come in and the church needs more money and they sell off this section for another development to come along and throw another 50, 60, 80 houses in there, okay? Or 130 houses since the original proposal was 177. They were talking about the stormwater prevention area, and several times they said that they already received letters from several of the homeowners on Twining Bridge Road, and I can attest to it that during a heavy storm, you get rainwater going onto Twining Bridge Road, and then when when the engineer was up here, he was talking about that the land here that they did several test borings of with the surface water being only 6 to 7 feet deep. Okay, first of all, you're going to be running into surface water when you're digging for basements for these properties. Okay, so if you're going you have to go deeper than that for your basement. Okay, as an alternate to that, he said about raising up the street, raising up the houses. If you're going to do that, then that's going to force more water, okay, because you have natural runoff. It doesn't automatically soak into the ground. You have natural runoff. So that natural runoff is going to go to the low areas. So it's going to go to Twining Bridge, and it's also going to be flooding into the creek here. Sorry, give me a second. Another concern I have is right along this side in lots 20 through 25, okay, which are right along the woodlands and the creek there, okay, that you're getting into the riparian zone there, that you're getting into wetlands there, and there is no border, okay. The envelope of the house is right on that land, okay. So that has concerns there, and that was raised during the Planning Commission last week. They were talking about the traffic. During last week's Planning Commission, they talked about the actual numbers in the traffic study. Okay, they are proposing 45 houses in here, but somehow they have probably about 5 of the people that are living there that don't leave their house during the prime times. How is somebody going to afford a house in that development without at least one of the people going out during prime, or coming back in during prime time? During the gentleman's speech here, he said about the sewers, okay, that they were going to connect into the county sewers, and that because of the volume, that it may affect and have to have upgrades. During last week's planning commission, it was said that no upgrades were going to be needed, that the existing system could handle it. So where are we getting a disconnect between Toll Brothers and Toll Brothers?
Well, there's no disconnect. There was further conversations with the authority manager who indicated an evaluation of a pump station may be needed during land development.
Okay. Okay, so then that will be addressed later, but that is something that is directly from Toll. There are a couple of comments in here. They have a letter from Newtown Artesian Water that said that they would supply water to the development. That letter was dated from 2018. It is now 2020. That plan was totally different than what this plan is. Is Newtown Artesian Water still in support of supplying water to this development given the change? Okay, because I think at that time in 2018, they were developing this entire area here, including what's the proposed subdivision. So is that going to be a change? Same with the historical review. Okay, the historical review is 2 years old. Okay, and it was for a different use. Okay, so I think these letters need to be looked at and they need to be updated in order to take into consideration the current use in the current plan, not the past proposed use that is no longer on the board. They're talking about widening Twining Bridge Road. Okay, that road is just very, very tight. These corners are very, very, very bad. Okay, everybody takes these corners wide because you have to. Okay, because it feels dangerous if you're trying to stay within the lane, especially on this inside corner. Okay, the number of times that I've come up to that inside corner and almost been hit is incredible. Okay, another concern that I have is they're talking about with this inside corner here. Okay, they actually do not own the land on the inside corner. Okay, there is some type of issue that the homeowner across the street is the owner of that inside corner. Okay, that would be something different. So they would have to address how that is done. Okay. I think John Mack raised the issue with the demarcation and how they're going to stop people, okay, from just going beyond that. Okay. The speaker before me said about the 5-foot sidewalk. Okay. The Planning Commission raised that issue for both on Twining Bridge and within the development itself. Okay. And they're saying that this is a private road. What I'm concerned with is that at some point they're going to try to turn that over to the township, and then the township is going to have to become responsible for that. Okay, of dealing with that road and also having to deal with snow removal and cleaning of that road. Okay, there's a lot of issues here that need to be looked at, and especially in the current sense of what's being developed, what they're trying to subdivide off, and make sure that all the numbers are meshing. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joan Farb, that's F-A-R-B, and I live at 211 Sequoia Drive. I couldn't make the Planning Commission meeting last week, so tonight is when I first heard about the actual plan of the Toll Brothers development and the changes that were made. One of my concerns is about the lots where they're going to be like a burn or a fence behind the property so the homeowners won't use that land that's used to protect the agricultural soils. Now, my experience from being on the HOA in my community for 10 years, it's homeowners don't read the rules and regulations, let alone their deed to their property. I have a couple incidents where, for instance, one of the homeowners decided that they wanted to have like a barrier of trees along the side of their house. They didn't look into their deed nor the rules and regulations. The side of the house was an easement. They planted about over a dozen trees in the easement area. That's one. That's just one example of many where homeowners don't understand reading. They don't read their deed or know their dimensions of their property or the rules and regulations in their homeowner association. Another instance was there's areas behind some of our houses. They're called common areas. And in my HOA, we had planted trees back in that common area. And one of the, recently, a new homeowner, I guess she's been there about 5 years or so, but she's a second homeowner. She didn't realize that the trees behind her house were part of the HOA, the common area. And then she had her landscaper or whatever, or had some kind of lawn treatment, no, not lawn, it's backyard treatment on her property that caused detrimental harm to the trees. So now we have to send a letter to her, explain that those trees are not on her property, and that to stop, any treatment on that area. Another question I have, well, this is the other one. The first one was a concern, but I have a question about the stormwater management and the basins. I'm new to stormwater management, and I know there's different types of basins. And I was at a workshop, and they told a story where there was a basin, and in this case, I don't remember the technical word for it, but it retained water. And they decided to plant trees along the perimeter of this basin, so people wouldn't, go into it, so forth. And one of the homeowners decided that to take down the trees behind their property because it blocked their view of the lake, so to speak. So there's a lot of issues where you're going to put something in the deed, whatever, and tell the homeowner that this is what you're not supposed to do. But how do you control that? And also, like, if you have like another, if the home's sold, you have that compounded problem that people really don't look into the dimensions of their property and so forth as carefully as like everybody else should do. Getting back to the retention areas, I know I wasn't sure, I couldn't hear all the details of what's going to be in the Toll Brothers proposal. But I know, like in Newtown Grant, where we have the retention areas, there's like I forget the technical name for it, but for overflow, there's like switch that goes on or whatever, a mechanism where the overflow of water goes into the air, I guess directly in pipes into the Newtown, not to Newtown, the Chamonix Creek over at the park, Tyler State Park. So I have like questions about like the retention basins that they're going to be put there in the development, and I sort of agree with other statements are made about the traffic and other concerns, but thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Kim Braddock. It's B-R-A-D-A-C. I live at 9 Providence Court, and that's in Newtown Meadows. I hadn't planned on making any comments, and I'm actually freezing, so I have to apologize if I shiver a little bit here. My understanding, based on what was explained at the beginning, is that a lot of the traffic issues are supposed to be discussed during the land development phase, and I appreciate that, and I can be part of it at that point as well. But when the purpose of tonight's meeting was outlined as being time to discuss the zoning application and any unique risks posed by this site plan, I do think that the traffic issues actually do pose a unique risk from this site plan, and that's the primary thing I want to just kind of mention here. My feeling is that with the tight curve, S-curve of Twining Bridge Road, and the fact that it is the only thoroughfare between Swamp and Durham, which are completely congested roads at all times of the day, this is a serious concern and should be considered as part of this site plan approval. Starting with the 2019-20 school year, Council Rock School District and First Student Bus Company changed their willingness to enter neighborhoods with buses if your neighborhood was a cul-de-sac neighborhood. So Newtown Meadows, being that it has 2 cul-de-sacs and no thoroughfare other than, entrance from Twining Bridge, is now no longer able to be accessed by buses. So all of the children that are in the Newtown Meadows subdivision now have to cross Twining Bridge Road and stand in essentially the entrance of Devonshire Meadows, which is the only place that the bus will stop for them. And that is just a few houses south of the place where this initial entry point is being proposed for the new development. As I stand there every morning with my children who are, in my opinion, old enough to walk to the bus by themselves, but who I no longer allow to walk to the bus by themselves because of the fact that they have to cross Twining Bridge Road, and there are cars whizzing by, I can't imagine having additional traffic coming around this curve, not from just this entrance, but also from this other entrance that's being proposed for this division. So that is my main concern. I stand there, the cars whiz by for kids that are going to the university, for people that are, trying to get out to the main roads to begin their rush hour commute. And it just seems very infeasible to me that this is a new development being nestled against this street and, centering between these 2 busy roads. So that's my main concern, and I will participate in additional discussions down the road about the land development phase. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Rowe, R-O-E, from 97 Quaker Drive in Devonshire Meadows. I'm not really going to say anything new here, and I didn't get a chance to review the traffic impact study that was prepared. I do plan to review it, but I am going to echo some comments around the scope of the traffic study that I believe the board should consider. Twining Bridge Road is a very dangerous road. Both egresses at Swamp and at Durham are challenging turns to make. And I would ask you to even look at Stoopville. A lot of people will come up Stoopville to make the turn onto Durham to enter this neighborhood. It's another challenging turn. By my rough estimation, just by adding these homes, we're adding about 20% additional traffic within Twining Bridge between Devonshire, Newtown Meadows, and Nob Hill, as well as the additional homes that are located on Twining Bridge. I think it's very significant. One of the neighbors did mention these two tight turns. I can personally attest that often there is someone in your lane when you're coming around those turns, and adding 20% more traffic onto that road is going to present considerable risks. The Swamp Road point, the intersection at Swamp Road and Twining Bridge, is an extremely dangerous intersection. I'm just going to echo some points that were earlier made. Again, you're adding another 20% traffic volume on there. And so my only request to the board as we continue down this process, if the development is going to be approved, that the scope of the traffic study take into account both of those intersections as well as Twining Bridge, and I would ask you to even consider Stoopville. And my final comment is I think the entrances to the development on Twining Bridge is pure insanity, and why we wouldn't just put that up on Durham Road if it's approved to have a left-hand turn lane, potentially intersecting with north where there already is a light, would be much more safe, much lower impact to all the communities that are currently living in and around Twining Bridge. And so I appreciate your consideration. Thanks a lot.
Hello, my name is Patricia Curran, 138 Twining Bridge Road. I am the lucky homeowner that lives on the 90-degree curve that everybody is talking about. And I would like to invite the experts on the traffic to come to my house and sit in my living room and look at the traffic on that curve every day. We were talking about, she's talking about the bus because I'm out every day with the buses as well. And I can't tell you how many close accidents there are with buses and cars. The speed limit is 35 miles an hour. Nobody does, they get to that curve and then they want to see how fast they can go till they get to the next stop sign. Well, there isn't another stop sign. They can go as fast as they want. The police have been trying to do a very good job of putting up speed signs, but it's not helping. That curve is, there are two problems. The flooding, so I would like to invite your experts to come and sit in my living room and watch the flooding when we have heavy rains. You can see the township has been trying to block some of that water that comes across into my front yard, and the next door neighbor next to them is nothing but mud when we have a heavy rain. That corner where that property is, where you're proposing a development, when I moved there 47 years ago, there was a little stream that came out of that corner, just a little mild stream. It grew over the last 47 years into a torrential waterfall as it comes out. That property had a little ditch all along the whole upper edge of it, all along here. Had a little edge. Oh no, where am I? Yeah, I'm here. It had a little edge over here, and it was a little ditch, maybe 6 inches wide, 6 inches deep, just a little ditch. Over the years, if you go to that property now and you look at it, you're going to see a 4-foot wide chasm, and it's about 5 feet deep. That's how much erosion has come from that corner. So I invite your two experts to come and look at I'll make you tea, I'll make you coffee. Come sit in my living room, watch while there's a storm, and watch when the buses and the community college is starting in the morning. And you'll see how bad the traffic is, and you'll see how dangerous Twining Bridge Road is. My husband and I both have been runners over the years. We're out of that stage of our life. But over the years, we could run. Our kids could ride their bikes on that street. You can't walk on that street now without having to worry whether you're going to get killed because of the traffic. So having 2 more entrances with, let's say, 2 cars per house, which we know is a fantasy, there'll be more than that, adding that traffic onto Twining Bridge Road from 2 more entrances where they can now go straight down the road, no stop signs, go as fast as they can until they get to Swamp Road, and hope that they live when they get out on Swamp Road. So they're my 2 concerns, but you're welcome to come. I'll make you tea.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Did you say you own which?
I am on this corner.
All right, do you know?
Oh, wait a minute.
She
Let me
owns
just
that
look
piece
at
of
it.
land. Yeah. That's
No,
it.
I'm sorry, I don't own that piece of land. If I did, I'd be yelling a little bit more, but.
This one right here?
Yeah, on the curve.
Yeah.
Okay.
But by deed, you do own it. On the other side of the road. Congratulations.
Hey!
So we'll be talking to you in the future.
Okay.
It's worth $100 million.
Well, not exactly. Go ahead.
How you doing? My name is Rich Tomlinson. I'm at 178 Twining Bridge, which is right here on this corner.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that what Joe said over here about this not being Newtown at all, and I don't care about all the little details about the barrier and the buffer and this and that. I just think that the whole neighborhood is just a terrible idea. When I was 22, I looked at my property and I was like, this is great. The farm field's perfect right here. No one's here. I was like, I'll take it. And now they're just going to build that and it's just going to be terrible. And that's all I have to say.
Anyone else for public comment or comment on this issue? Do you have any answers to the concerns, or did you want to wait and go over at a different time?
I would think it'd be most of the issues, if not all of them, were raised for land development concerns. I would just like to move for the admission of my exhibits A1 through A15. I really don't have anything else to add at this point. We've heard public comment before. We continue to hear it. We'll continue to work on it if this project is to move forward. So.
Mr. Sander?
I can frame a motion for the board. If the board wishes to approve the application for conditional use for Toll Brothers, Roman 18 LP, it would be a motion to grant the conditional use application conditioned on the following conditions. First, that the applicant comply with the CKS review letter dated February 13th, 2020. Second, that the applicant shall add a note to the final record plan and a statement in the deed to each unit noting that the property is located in proximity to the Newtown Township Municipal Complex, which operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and contains a firing range. 3, in addition to all sidewalk required by the township's subdivision and land development ordinance for the internal roads, the applicant shall install a multi-use walking trail in compliance with the township's comprehensive trail plan. With regard to Twining Bridge Road, the trail shall be installed in lieu of sidewalks. If constructing the trail causes the applicant to exceed the permitted maximum percentage of agricultural soils disturbance, then the township will not oppose an application for a variance to exceed such maximum percentage. If a variance is required and is subsequently denied by the zoning hearing board, the applicant shall not be required to install the trail. However, the applicant shall install sidewalk along Twining Bridge Road in compliance with the subdivision and land development ordinance. Fourth, all fees and costs owed to the township for conditional use plan review and approval shall be paid in full to the township. And fifth, the homeowners association declaration shall contain specific restrictions on the use of restricted property, such as, but not limited to, areas of agricultural soils, and shall provide that the township has the power to enforce the restrictions. That is the motion, and those are the conditions.
Acceptable?
Yes, they're acceptable to the
Okay,
applicant.
do I have such a motion? Do I have such a motion? What is the legal ramifications if we do not do anything tonight?
The board can deliberate, and because the board is sitting in a conditional use application, the board is sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity and therefore can deliberate on this matter in private. And the board has 45 days from tonight's date, if we close the hearing, which I think we're about to do, to render a written decision to the applicant. Obviously, we're going to need time to prepare such a decision, so I would certainly ask that the board make a decision to allow me time to prepare the written decision. And the decision would have to be made at a public meeting, but again, does not have to be made tonight.
Okay. Well, for lack of a motion, also causes a lack of a second, there is no decision made tonight.
I'd request that the hearing be closed.
Is there any objection to closing the hearing?
No.
Hearing none, the hearing will be closed. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have an executive session after the meeting. Absolutely. These guys don't understand we're going to be sued. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay. Guess moving right along, we'll go to the reports of officials. Engineers report.
Didn't we have the minor subdivision for this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I'm still here.
Oh, yes, okay. We thought you
I
just
could
wanted
hang
to
out. I could
stay
hang
for
out.
the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, you know, it's
Okay.
nice. It's fine.
Mr. Sander?
He stepped out.
Oh, where'd he go?
Probably where we just came from.
We lost them. Would you like me to just give a brief overview?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So as I had mentioned in the conditional use hearing, the minor subdivision is required to create the development lot. And on the board, and let me just make sure I get my numbers right here. Total acreage of the proposed lot says here it's 153.796, that's the net, and what is remaining would be 146.8. And let me just outline this for you so you can see. The development lot is what's crosshatched. And then the remaining area that's in white is the cemetery. So it's just a minor subdivision, creating two lots. There are also some existing lots on the property that are being consolidated. So what you're going to be left with is two lots. One lot would be the development lot, the other lot would be the cemetery lot.
So, Mr. Edelman, just to clarify, this is a lot consolidation and subdivision plan?
That is correct. Correct. Yeah, so it moves some lots around, lot lines around, extinguishes them, and then also creates two new separate lots.
The Bucks County Planning Commission had some input about a landlocked lot.
When there was originally done, there was a lot up in that area that I just highlighted. That was removed and combined into the overall parcel. So now there's only two. I don't know why that happened on the first application. It shouldn't have had a landlocked parcel. It should just be two parcels at the end. So that's been addressed.
Any questions?
I have a question there. I'm trying to understand this. There's a lot along Durham Road near Wrightstown Road. Which one is that?
Wrightstown? Wrights Road.
Wrights Road. Wrights Road and Durham Road.
It's a cemetery.
Where you come in. That's that. Yeah, that parcel. Is this owned by? Are you the?
We're the equitable owner.
You're the equitable owner. Are you intending to build on that property?
Well, that's the Archdiocese. I assume they're using it as a cemetery right now. I don't believe they have any future intent to build on it, but I can't speak for them.
So what does the equitable owner mean?
Oh, we have it under agreement of sale for the crosshatched area.
Oh, that part.
Yes.
Only. Okay.
Right. So we're basically creating that lot so that the agreement of sale has something to close against.
Okay.
If everything goes through.
So that doesn't apply to this lot I was just talking about?
The other lot up at Wrights, no. No, that's retained by them.
Okay.
Mr. Sander, what is the action of the board on this here?
If the board is of a mind, it would be a motion to grant approval for a minor subdivision plan consisting of 4 parcels of land, including a total of approximately 302.9 acres that will be subdivided to combine tax map parcel numbers 29-1-21, consisting of 58.42 acres, a portion of tax map parcel number 29-3-18, consisting of 13.86 acres, tax map parcel number 29-3-16, consisting of 60.83 acres, and a portion of tax map parcel number 29-3-20, consisting of 24.97 acres, to create a lot of approximately 158.08 acres, with the remainder of tax map parcel number 29-3-18 being approximately 2.77 acres, with the remainder of tax map parcel number 29-3-20 being 144.09 acres. These properties are on the western side of Durham Road, State Route 413, and extend north to the intersection of Twining Bridge Road and Durham Road within the Conservation Management Zoning District. Approval of the minor subdivision plan is conditioned on the applicant's compliance with the following conditions. Number one, compliance with CKS Engineers Review Letter dated January 30th, 2020. Number two, compliance with Remington Vernick Engineers Review Letter dated January 20th, 2020. And third, compliance with Bucks County Planning Commission's memorandum dated November 15th, 2019. Finally, the applicant shall pay all fees and costs owed to the township for a plan review and approval.
Acceptable?
Yes, they are.
Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any questions from the board? From the public on this motion?
Yes. So my question on this plan is why, and the real reason is, does this take away the possibility to connect the neighborhood via Wrights Road? And is that the real intention of doing this separation?
Well, I think the Wrights Road connection was with the other plan, but I'll ask the gentleman from Toll Brothers in regards to this updated one.
Yeah, there's no intention as a result of what's being proposed. This application is just a creation of a new lot. It's not any development, but with respect to the conditional use, there's no proposal to connect to Wrights Road.
So to answer my question then, when you're creating another lot, I assume that means that there's part of it that you were going to buy from the Catholic Church that you no longer are going to?
No.
Oh, okay.
The Wrights Road was going to be done via some type of easement or something running through the church's property.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Everybody awake?
Don't be afraid to vote, guys.
Please.
All right, all those in favor? Let's do it again.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 4-1.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, now moving on to reports of officials. Engineers report.
Thank you. We have financial security release number 3 for the Premier A2 self-storage development. So we recommend approval of security release number 3 in the total amount of $101,248.50.
Okay, do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Solicitors report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item on our report is a resolution. This is part one of 2 actions I'll be asking the board to take tonight. This is a resolution that authorizes the sale of a general obligation note in the amount of $1 million in order to borrow that amount from TD Bank for the annual road program. This was done last in 2017, and it's now 3 years later, and the township needs the money to undertake its annual road program. The resolution, again, finds that a private sale by negotiation of a general obligation note in the aggregate sum of $1 million for the purpose of repaving certain township roads and installing stormwater management improvements, which work is to be performed in Newtown Township, is in the best financial interest of the township. I would ask for a motion to adopt the resolution as presented to the board.
Have such a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. And the reason it's this is done every 3 years, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Mr. Lewis can answer this, but it's because during the 3-year period, we repay it back with our fuel money that we get.
The $1 million is paid back through tax
Liquid fuel.
revenue. 1 mil of tax real estate tax goes towards that payment.
Okay.
So that's.
But do we use liquid fuels for
We
anything?
use
dependent?
liquid fuels money from PennDOT in combination with the $1 million. If you recall from the budget presentation, the road program this year is approximately $1.6 million. So we're using liquid fuels and we're also using the $1 million that we're borrowing.
Do you remember off the top of your head the liquid fuels amount?
I think it was 611,000 this year.
Thanks.
I remembered it being 600 something.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you. Part two of the borrowing program is to enact an ordinance. The ordinance has been advertised as required by the Local Government Unit Debt Act, and the ordinance provides for an increase in the indebtedness of the township in the amount of $1 million for the purposes that I have previously stated. It fixes the date, interest rate, and maturity of the note. The interest rate is 1.9%. It provides for the prepayment of the note. It approves the form of the note. It authorizes the debt statement on the note and the appropriation and payment of the amounts for such debt service when due. It provides for the filing of the required documents with DCED, and it provides for the appointment of a sinking fund depository for the note and authorizes the execution of all documents necessary to issue the note and incur the indebtedness. It asks for a motion to enact the ordinance as presented to the board.
Have such a motion.
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
That concludes our report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General fund balance as of this evening is $2,246,677.85. Plan expiration reports before the board with no action required. Chief Forsyth is still here. Hi, Chief.
Is Chief Forsyth awake?
I feel slighted. Everyone left.
You thought they were waiting for your report.
I thought they were waiting for me.
That's it.
Jerry's still here.
Hopefully you took a nap back there.
We were waiting for you, Chief. Don't worry.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be here. The monthly report for the month of January, the Fire Association of Emergency Services responded to 140 incidents. Those consisting of 5 building fires, 5 dwelling fires, 1 brush fire, 2 service calls, 2 vehicle extrications, 87 EMS calls, 15 good intent calls, 23 fire alarms, for a total of 140 calls. Our fire safety inspections, Newtown Township, we completed 28, and Newtown Borough, we completed 2. The reason the inspections are down is we went to a new process to do our inspections. Since I've been here, we've been trying to figure out a more sufficient and easier way to do these inspections rather than run to 6 Terry Drive 2 or 3 times a year. We have decided to do our inspections now by blocks. So we're doing entire buildings when we go out to them. So that's why the numbers you'll see, we recalculated how we're doing them, so the numbers will increase as the months go on. The training, NESD had 110 hours of training. The Fire Association had 240 hours of training. The highlighted events for the month of January, every year we're required to do an annual test of all of our ropes on our apparatus. In the month of January, we completed that task. We had 1 working fire, which ended up as a fatal. We assisted Northampton Township in Northampton Township. The department, as I said, responded to 2 auto extrication. 1 was the fatality on Newtown Richborough Road, and the other one was at 332 and Woodburn Road. And we also assisted the police department in conducting the lockdown drills in the numerous schools that we have in our municipality. And that concludes the report for January.
Any questions for the chief? Seeing none, Chief, you're dismissed.
Not
Thank
quite
you.
yet.
So for the next
I'm out of here.
Well, yeah. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
The next item under my report, Mr. Chairman, is the consideration to purchase a quick response vehicle for the Emergency Services Department. If you recall, we had this included in the 2020 budget, and we had it broken up under a 3-year payment with a short-term loan. However, in discussions with Chief Forsyth, we realized that we have a large amount of money sitting in the Fire Association Capital Fund, enough to purchase this vehicle and still have a large amount in reserve. So Chief and myself both are recommending that this vehicle be purchased from that fund, and we can option to repay that quote-unquote loan through budgeting instead of paying interest on a loan to a bank. So the appropriate motion for consideration is to purchase a Ford Expedition from Chapman Auto Group and upfitting through Havas Incorporated through CoStars in a combined amount of $51,583.82.
Have such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board, from the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Final item under my report, Mr. Chairman, is there's a grant called SAFER Grant. It stands for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant that's coming open shortly. And I just wanted to have a brief discussion with the board. It's Chief Forsyth and my recommendation that the township move forward and potentially apply for this grant. And what it does is it gives the township funds towards hiring additional staffing. The first, 2 years, they get
25%.
We're required to cover 25% of the salary and benefits, and the final year would be 65%. So obviously, if we're looking to expand the department into a 7-day coverage, 12-hour shift over the 5-day, 12-hour shift that we have now, in the future, this grant would greatly help out the township in doing that. So I'll open it up to any questions that you have for Chief or I.
Any questions for the chief or Micah?
Yeah, you are saying we're currently a 5-day, 12-hour shift?
5-day, 12-hour shift,
And
correct.
this is for a 7-day, 12-hour?
Full 7-day coverage, correct.
But you need 5 additional staff members for
Yes.
that?
There needs to be, in the contracts, there needs to be four firefighters per truck.
I see.
So you have shift and then you have vacation, so you need 5 to cover a shift.
You know, my question is, we are hiring consultants to do this 5-year plan, and I know, well, it's nice to get a grant, and then, I mean, the 3rd year, we have to contribute 65%, and then after that, we're not going to fire these firemen, and we are committed then to do this, but I know that the fire study that we also commissioned recommended this.
Yes.
Correct.
But I'm just wondering, you know, we can apply for the grant, that's not a problem, but we need to see what the 5-year budgeting plan, financial plan is going to look like to be sure that, well, when this grant money runs out, we'll be able to somehow continue to afford these extra personnel. That's my only comment.
I agree, and the financial consultant will be given that fire study that we had done a couple of years ago.
And my question was a little more short-sighted than John's. The $900, there's a $900 for the application fee.
Yeah, it's roughly $900 for the application. And Northampton
Northampton
was
just
awarded
received the award of $898,000. They've increased their staff by 5. They're going to 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts. And the reason I proposed this to Micah is, as Mr. Mack said, in 2018, we had the fire study done. And with the volunteer staffing becoming short more often, this is my proposal to take the recommendation from the fire study and try to move on this quicker than 4 or 5 years down the road, or until Mike and I are thrown into a bucket someday and the volunteers call and say, we have nobody for a Saturday. This is just my plan to try to fight that off a little bit so we're prepared for that when it happens.
There's certainly been a trend,
Yes.
so
And
we need to I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
Do we need to?
No, there's no
Anything about
motion
the
required,
900?
it's sort of a consensus from the board that we'll go ahead and we'll, once the grant application is sort of put together, of course, there'll be the resolutions that are for approval by the board, but as of right now, it's just more of a discussion item.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Good deal.
Okay.
Thank you.
The only other thing I'd like to say before I leave is last night, most of you are aware, we had a serious fire in Crown Point. We were dispatched, it was dispatched initially as an alarm system. It turned out to be a serious fire in one of the apartments. And we have a gentleman that was admitted to St. Mary's Hospital as a result of it. And without the quick actions of the police department, Corporal Deppie, Officer Whitney, and Sambrella, they actually saved that man's life. I mean, they broke out a window on the first floor. Nick Whitney, I listened to the tape today. He actually talked. The gentleman was blind. He's legally blind. They actually talked to him to get him to the window so that they could extricate him. So if they hadn't responded there quickly, the outcome of that fire call last night would have been drastically different. So the PD did an excellent job last night, as well as the fire department. It was a quick knock on it. Fire was under control within 5 minutes. The damage was significant to the one apartment, but it was contained to that one apartment. So everybody did a great job last night.
Great job to both your department and the police department. Proud of you.
I agree. Excellent job to everybody on that one. So.
Anything else, Mr. Lewis?
That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Mack, minutes, bills list, and reports.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes of the February 12, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay. Have a motion to our second.
Second.
Motion second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Okay, I move that we pay our bills according to the bills list dated February 26, 2020, totaling $120,909.22.
Have a motion to have a second. Second. Motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Okay, finally, I make a motion to approve interfund transfers as per the bills list dated February 26, 2020, totaling $225,000.
Have a motion to have a second.
Second.
The motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Second session of public comment. Anyone has anything to say, please come up to the podium.
Want to make all people uncomfortable, so they leave. Okay, there's a Veterans Committee meeting scheduled for tomorrow night, 7 o'clock in this room. I hope some people show up. Mr. Chairman, when Ms. Linda Bobrin left, she was the liaison to the Veterans Committee. She used to wake all us old guys up, tell, hey, meeting. Since then, did you appoint somebody to be the liaison?
I believe that's me.
I believe it's Kyle, yeah.
Yeah, but you're away.
Oh, I'm here tomorrow.
Tomorrow he's
Oh,
here.
Yeah,
okay,
schedule
great.
when I'm here, it'd be great.
Great, and that's all I want to say. Other than, I didn't get up when the builder was here, and, it was too much noise and stuff. And I probably got enough people hating me tonight anyway. There's one gentleman here, good luck to him. But, for the few people that live on Twining Road, they want the traffic to come out on 413. When I get up here and say Newtown Grant, biggest and the best, I say that because we are the largest community in Bucks County. 1,751 homes. And we have our entrance and exit on 413. So those few people at Twining want to put more traffic onto 413. It's tough getting out, not the one entrance and exit. You have the light, but the other one is the one I usually use. and there's no light there. And, you know, it's tough getting out in and out there as it is. And, yeah. So I should have said just to get on record, but you guys know that. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I'll just respond to you real quick. So, and I know you guys want to go home, but I did want to make this point because he's made it before, and I know that some people that live in Newtown Grant are on the board. If they put the entrance on Durham Road, there's a lot more room to make it safe for everybody. And they could also put an entrance that goes into this community center, to that neighborhood. If they put an entrance, or these two entrances on Twining Bridge Road, you've heard everybody say it, but they're still going to make it much harder for you to pull out because they're going to come onto Durham Road from the Twining Bridge Road. It's just going to be more dangerous for them to get onto Twining Bridge Road. So I think it's just really, please guys, consider it. It's really going to affect directly my life and everybody else in the community. And, you know, if you put an entrance on North Road, it's only at most an indirect impact to everybody else. You know, in Newtown Grant, it's an indirect impact. So I think, please keep that in mind. Please reconsider that, you know, their proposal and make them change the entrances to that neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, a while back when we had Dennis's people up there with Swamp Road and the quarry trucks and everything, and the cul-de-sac that was artificially closed and all that stuff. You know, there was always a thing with those people saying on Swamp Road over there, oh, we have to share the roads, we have to share the roads. Well, I say to you, we have to share the roads. So, you know, like I said, for the few people on Twining Road compared to the largest community in Bucks County, I think it's a wash. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay. We are going to just have a really quick executive session, but not returning. So I'll just take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Good night, everybody.